We are live.
Great. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our City Council meeting on Monday, September the 14th. Tonight marks approximately 6 months since we've been in a state of emergency in our community and communities all across Ontario due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to COVID-19 and recommendations by Waterloo Region Public Health to exercise physical distancing, City Hall is only open for select services on an appointment-only basis. Similarly, City Council meetings are being run virtually, and members of the public are invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegation requests are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to submit written comments or participate electronically in the meeting by contacting Jeff Bunn, Deputy City Clerk, at jeff.bunn@kitchener.ca. Any written comments that have been submitted were circulated prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. As we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that this evening we gather on the traditional territory of the Neutral, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. And now I invite everyone to stand as they're able for our national anthem, which our clerk will turn on momentarily. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider that the minutes of the regular meeting held August 24th and the special meetings held August 19th, 24th, 26th, and 31st as mailed to the mayor and councillor be accepted. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And someone's...
I apologize, Mayor. My camera's not turned on by the host.
Yeah, sorry, try that now. There you go. Thank you. Were you in favor of that, Councillor Schneider? Okay, thank you. That's a good thing considering that you moved it. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none. And in terms of communication referred to file, you see the one flag request. And I will refer that all in favor, opposed, and that too is carried. We now move into presentations, and it gives me a real pleasure this evening to welcome 4 people in attendance for item 5A. And those 4 people are Dr. Patricia McCarney and Mr. James Batava from the World Council on City Data, as well as Mr. Andy Fillmore, the Member of Parliament and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, Community Infrastructure rather, and our local Member of Parliament, Raj Saini, the MP for Kitchener Centre, are all in attendance for this next item. And if I can invite them to turn their cameras on if they're not on already. I see them all on. Welcome to all of you. And I will now turn the floor over. Is it Ms. McCarney, or will Parliamentary Secretary Fillmore kick things off? Welcome.
I think it's my privilege this evening, Your Worship, to start things off. And let me say to you, Mayor Vrbanovich and Kitchener City Council and CAO Chapman, and my dear friend MP Raj Saini, it's great to be with you tonight. My name is Andy Fillmore. I'm the Member of Parliament for another of Canada's great mid-sized cities, that's Halifax. And I also have the great privilege, as you mentioned, of being the Parliamentary Secretary to Canada's Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, Catherine McKenna. But I have to tell you first and always, I am a city planner, and that's where my heart lies. Now, Mayor, you and I would have met back in 2011 during your FCM tenure at the annual FCM conference that was held in Halifax, where I presented to you as our city's manager of urban design at the time. A lot of water under the bridge in both of our cities since then, and a lot of great improvements for everybody. In any case, it's great to be back with you and the Kitchener Council and staff again on the important topic of cities, and to be here with Patricia McCarney and James Batava of the World Council on City Data. Now, specifically tonight, we're here to congratulate you on achieving the ISO standard for municipal data. So congratulations, heartfelt. As you know, the Government of Canada invested $3 million in the Data for Canadian Cities pilot project to build data capacity for Canadian municipalities to better plan and implement their investments in public infrastructure. Now, this funding has allowed for Patricia and James and the whole World Council on City Data team to work with you and 14 other municipalities across Canada to become certified under ISO 37120, which is the very first international standard for city data. So again, congratulations. This certification is going to help Kitchener to use evidence-based decision-making that is grounded in global data standards when making decisions on planning projects. And as we know, those decisions are becoming more and more important as time goes on. And that's important because infrastructure provides real benefits to real people, allowing them to live healthier, greener lives, to grow businesses, and to keep their communities connected. Speaking of which, our $180 billion Investing in Canada plan is delivering on our promise to build sustainable, resilient communities. I'm sure you know this very intimately from MP Saini. This plan invests in thousands of projects, creates jobs across the country, and builds stronger communities. Thanks to these investments, and thanks to your dedication to the ISO certification, Canada will remain among the very blessed places in the world to live, work, and raise a family. So thank you for your dedication to that. Thank you for allowing me to share a little bit of time with you, and I look forward to seeing you in Kitchener one day soon. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, MP Fillmore, and certainly please pass on our thanks to Minister McKenna, not only for the opportunity to be part of this great project with Patricia and James and their team, but for a number of wonderful announcements that we've been able to have in our community, and we keep our fingers crossed that others may continue to come down the path in weeks and months to come. And I know from talking with ministers and others in Ottawa Raj and the other local MPs are continually hounding them on our behalf, which is very much appreciated, and really looking forward to hearing what Patricia and James have to say. So welcome. Oh, you're not on, Patricia. Let's see.
Mayor, would it be possible for someone on your side to unmute Patricia, if that's a possibility?
I'm trying to, but that option doesn't appear to be there for her. I'm really not sure why.
If I could offer a little bit of knowledge
Sure.
that I've gathered over the last many months. Oh, Patricia's back. You don't need my
There we
help.
go.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry that didn't want to unmute. I thought I was being blocked. Thank you so very, very much. It's such a pleasure to be here and to begin this presentation this evening. So first of all, Mayor Voronovich and council members, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to be with you this evening. We would love to be there in person, of course. When time permits for us to do that again, we will certainly come back to visit the lovely city of Kitchener and do this in person with a good handshake. But for this evening on the virtual presentation, it's really a pleasure to present to you the WCCD ISO 37120 certification this evening. And I do also want to say to Andy Fillmore and Nathan Besner, and also to Raj Sini, your MP, that it's so wonderful to have federal leaders joining us this evening, because this handshake and this agreement between the WCCD and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Communities is such a treasured and wonderful and exciting project for the WCCD to be engaging with cities all across Canada to build this data and this data platform. So my good evenings to all of you, and thank you for the warm welcome. And I will introduce my colleague, James Patava, in just a moment for this evening's presentation. So to begin, if I could have the next slide, please. I want to first congratulate Mayor Voronovich and the City of Kitchener on your WCCD ISO 37120 Platinum certification. It's a true demonstration of your city's dedication to building high caliber data that will inform planning and management across the city and drive prosperity and for all citizens into the future. So I thought as part of the presentation this evening, we could just do a very short walkthrough for a couple of minutes on our work at the WCCD and the ISO work in particular, and then introduce to you this incredible partnership on the Data for Canadian Cities project with the ministry, and then move to the ceremony. And I also to highlight just a few of the data points that are really outstanding for Kitchener. So that's the plan of the next few minutes. So if you'll bear with us, I'd like to pass that over to James now to present a little bit of the background on this work. Over to you, James.
Perfect. Thank you, Patricia. And if we could move to the next slide as well, please, that would be great. To begin with, again, echoing Patricia's comments and P.S. Fillmore's comments, thank you so much for having us here this evening. It really is a pleasure. As Patricia will go into a little bit more later, Kitchener is such an exceptional city in so many ways, not least the data and what that data shows. So we really are really happy to be here with you tonight. I'm just going to give you a quick background on the work of the World Council on City Data and this particular project, building on some of the parliamentary secretary had shared earlier, and just to move through. So just to give you this short background, this evening Kitchener is receiving platinum certification under ISO 37120, which is the first international standard on indicators for city services and quality of life. This is something that we're now implementing in over 100 cities across 35 countries. And Kitchener is truly joining a group of data-driven city leaders around the world, all committed to these principles of sustainability, resilience, and smart. If we can move to the next slide, please. Just to give you a quick background on the standard itself, it actually contains 104 indicators, fully numeric indicators across 19 themes. All of these 19 themes were in fact chosen by cities themselves from the ground up as really important pieces that they need to measure in a way that gives a holistic view around city sustainability. The data reported in conformity with the standard not only enables the establishment of a solid baseline and year-over-year monitoring of progress, it also enables city-to-city learning across Canada and globally, as well as benchmarking with peer cities throughout our network across the world. Next slide, please. So this evening, Kitchener is receiving their Platinum ISO 37120 certification, the highest level of certification, I should underline. And just to give you a bit of a context as to what that means, well, Kitchener certainly performs exceptionally across many, many data points. The certification itself is not so much about, for example, whether you have the cleanest air or the best public transit. It's actually in reference to the indicators that have been reported in conformity with the standard. So it's really a measure of the caliber of data that your city is presenting, which is a really important distinction and also really underlines the commitment of to high caliber data and evidence-based decision-making within your city. We can move to the next slide, please. Just before we get into the project itself, I wanted to also alert you to a couple interesting developments within the WCCD and our development of these standards. ISO 37120, which you've now been certified under, was published in 2014. Since then, due to demand by cities, we've actually published two new fully quantitative standards, ISO 37122, indicators for smart cities, and ISO 37123, indicators for resilient cities. This really came about because there was a tremendous demand for a citizen-led, resident-focused set of quantitative indicators that allows cities to measure their preparedness for example, issues around resilience, and also to really tackle the smart city agenda in a way that is citizen-focused as opposed to be, for example, driven by industry. Now that Kitchener has become certified under ISO 37120, of course, next steps would be to take a look at these other standards as well, which is a conversation that we look forward to having in the years to come. If we can move to the next slide, please. So as you'll see on the screen, and we'll certainly leave this presentation with you, but this is for the WCCD and ISO 37120. This network is the first time that municipalities across the globe are actually equipped with apples to apples data. So Kitchener is joining a network of truly global international data conscious cities from Los Angeles to Buenos Aires, London and The Hague, as well as Dubai and Cape Town. Having said that, we are a Made in Canada initiative, and you're now joining a group across the country of 30 cities, including, for example, Quebec City, Toronto, Surrey, St. John's, Cambridge, Waterloo, Edmonton, Markham, Mississauga, and a few others. And hopefully with PS Fillmore's support, Halifax will be in that line very soon as well. So we're looking forward to that. If we could move to the next slide, please. So as mentioned by PS Fillmore, this is a really important project that we are undertaking with the federal government. And it's why we're so excited to be here with you and with our representatives from the government itself. We can move to the next slide quickly, please. I'll speed through some of these very quickly. This is a 3-year project that's underway in 15 cities across the country. In fact, doubling the number of WCCD cities in Canada to 30. We can move to the next slide, please. And well, we're very, very happy to have the parliamentary secretary here as well. Minister McKenna, as he mentioned, has been incredibly supportive of this initiative. And in fact, in the release being sent out tonight, there's a quote from her that you'll all see and be able to read a little more clearly. But these are some of the highlights of it here. And I think it just underlines the dedication of this government into working with municipalities and really driving forward sustainable prosperous futures for communities across the country. We can move to the next slide, please. Just to very quickly give you an overview of the project, year one was very much about collecting that first year of data, setting baselines, helping the cities to collect the data, although for the sake of Kitchener, I think they were very much helping us because you guys have such an incredible capacity there. But as we move into year 2 and year 3 and beyond, the really exciting work starts. We're actually able to start looking at what was reported, looking at it in comparison with peer cities, and supporting all of your efforts aligned with strategic plans, aligned with local goals, and of course, global goals, which we'll get to in just a minute when I turn it over to Patricia, to put this data to use and understand, for example, what does an investment in your city in a new piece of infrastructure, or another sort of investment from the public or the private sector, how does that affect all of these indicators across all of these themes? And as we say, year three and beyond will be really about understanding impact, observing trends, and driving change. So we can move on to the next slide, please. And just a very high level overview of what these indicators are really helping to do, especially in terms of this project. We've talked about data-driven municipalities and of course, federal spending across the country. There's also the aspect of showcasing some of the impact of federal spending, but also local spending to citizens and communities. The data is being used extensively for job creation and economic development, both in Canada and globally. Of course, it's being used in the climate agenda with a full suite of yearly reported indicators that are tracking those changes. And finally, which I know Patricia will speak to more, it's really focusing, it's helping cities to embrace the SDGs at a local level, which I know, Mr. Mayor, is something very close to your heart and that of council. So with that quick overview, I'll turn it back over to Patricia, who's going to get to some of the data, which is, I think, one of the really exciting points of this.
Thank you, James. If I could have the next slide, please. As part of our work going forward, we've started to look at some of the data in comparative perspective, and I just wanted to highlight a few data points for you this evening. This report called Data Driven Insights, I've sent it to Mayor Voronovich this evening, and he's welcome to share it with council. But just to give you a couple of highlights, because when we started to look at the data, Kitchener stands out both nationally but also globally. And I just wanted to show you a couple of these celebratory data points. If I could have the next slide, please. As Parliamentary Secretary Fillmore said, as a planner, I'm also a planner, and this sustainable trajectory that Kitchener is on is really phenomenal. To have population increase in density, it shows a real true dedication to a sustainable city and through land use planning and urban design. The next slide, please. And this one is also really important. It really stood out. As you can see, Kitchener's recycling rate is really one of the highest in the land. And 65% is just a fantastic rate. And this is also true on the global stage, where we looked at many other indicators for the same recycling rates. And the next slide. This is also a fantastic data point. This is bicycle paths in Kitchener, bicycle paths and lanes. And this number really stood out. If you go to the next slide, please, you'll see on the left side is Canadian perspective. Kitchener is so high on this commitment to alternative mobility in the city and a sustainable lifestyle and healthy lifestyle. But when you look at it globally, I thought you would also be really interested to see that relative to many of the European cities, and even some of the Dutch cities that brag the most about bike lanes in the world, Kitchener is above them. They have more of a commitment to bicycle lanes than many of the Dutch cities and other European cities. The next slide, please. And on particulate matter, I also wanted to mention that the Canadian bars are all in red, or the Canadian cities are on the red bars. And this is a reflection of Canada, but also Kitchener in particular. To have this really low number for particulate matter in the air shows such an incredible commitment to health and community and well-being. And this is part of the Sustainable Development Goals, very core to many of the goals, but also in this time of the pandemic, as we're reading many of the scientific papers coming out just in the past few weeks, this commitment to air quality in cities and how it relates to building health and resistance to COVID is so important. And it's just coming down the pipeline of knowledge. And I noticed a release from the Mayor of London just a few nights ago to say, air quality is so important in London and the UK because of COVID, even more so now, to protect the air, to protect the well-being and health of citizens. So I thought this number already stood out for Kitchener, but it's even more timely that I wanted to show it to you this evening. The next slide, please. And this is the last page in this data-driven insights, which is a little longer. I'm just showing you a few of the highlights, but this is particularly interesting for us because, as James and Parliamentary Secretary Fillmore said, this is the next 2 years, the next year and the year and a half actually that's left in our project. We're starting to think about how to help cities put the data to use. But in the case of Kitchener, they're already putting the data to use. It's a fantastic mapping of your strategic plan going forward to many of the indicators that you have been reporting tonight that we're celebrating tonight in the Platinum certification. And they're very much mapped to the Sustainable Development Goals. We've been partnering with the United Nations on localizing the SDGs to bring this data to bear on 100 cities across the world to help them measure progress and year-over-year benchmarking towards the 2030 agenda. So Kitchener is already very much there in terms of thinking about localizing the goal, but now to tie it into the strat plan is, you're already so far ahead of many cities in the country, but also in the world. And I just wanted to point this out as one of the celebratory points of this data-driven insights report. And then the next slide, please. Turning to the actual ceremony, I'll take just one more minute to say once again, our sincerest congratulations. This is really the highest level that you can succeed or achieve in ISO language. It's the Platinum certification level. So you stand out on so many ways, but also in terms of how fast the city of Kitchener did this. I do want to say that Kitchener moved so quickly through this certification process. It was really not only the highest level of certification, but probably one of the fastest on record. So I wanted to congratulate again Mayor Barry Varanovich and the dedicated staff. But I also wanted to mention the focal points led by Karen Cooper at your city and Lauren Burr. Those two women have been so dedicated to making this work and to do it in such wonderful speed. So I wanted to say a special thank you and congratulations to them as well. Kitchener, and if you could go to the next slide, this is the ISO certification. So I want to say congratulations, Mayor Varanovich. Kitchener reported 95 out of the 104 indicators possible and under ISO 37120. This is a truly exceptional achievement. Kitchener has showcased a commitment to data-driven future for its citizens and innovative leadership and governance. And on behalf of the WCCD this evening, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Varanovich, the council, and all city staff to open, standardized, and comparable city data. This standardized data is not only going to help to increase the quality of life for all citizens, but drive evidence-based decision-making and data-driven solutions for the city going forward. The city of Kitchener stands out in Canada. It stands out globally as a leader in working to create a more sustainable, and in these days, a more resilient and inclusive and a prosperous future for the citizens of Kitchener. So I want to say congratulations once again on this ISO 37120 Platinum certification. And I wish you all a very nice evening. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Patricia, for joining us tonight, and James. It would have been so much better to have the two of you and Andy and joining Raj and all of us here at Kitchener City Hall. But this is certainly wonderful news. And as you've indicated, both Karen and Lauren were really the two staff leads in our organization who have done an incredible job in terms of supporting this. Karen's working on a number of key files for us tonight, and so she'll be busy this evening. But we certainly look forward to continuing to work with you and others on these issues as we try to ensure that not only our community but other cities continue to be at the other Canadian cities continue to be at the forefront of this and the localizing of the SDGs, which I know has been a real an important file for Minister McKenna and Minister Hussein and others in the government. So thank you to all of you. Karen, did you want to say anything? I don't see you on the. Karen Cooper, did you want to say anything? If she's there. I'm not sure that she is. So, Mr. Chapman, we'll let you say something as CAO. Go ahead.
Well, I believe she's in the waiting room as well. So I was just going to say that if the clerk wanted to admit her, there she is.
There we go.
I'll let her have the limelight tonight.
Ms. Cooper?
Thank you. Well, I just really wanted to commend Dr. McCarney and Mr. Padova for helping us through this process. We also worked really closely with the City of Cambridge and the City of Waterloo, so we shared resources to be able to provide the results very quickly. But I have to be honest, Lauren Burr did all the heavy lifting on this project, and I just said, go Lauren, go. And she really pulled it all together with the cooperation of staff across the corporation. So thank you very much. It is a big accomplishment, and I'm proud for the city.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, and I think I see in my notes that Mr. Bunn, you're supposed to take a picture apparently.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, if everyone could just smile into their cameras for a quick second, we'll do a screenshot and we'll have this for the history books. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of you. And I guess I'd say safe travels, but I don't need to say that. Just
No.
stay healthy. That's more important.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. We look forward to seeing you in person soon.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, Raj.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Raj, for joining us. Our next presentation this evening is actually from Tova Davidson, the Executive Director of Sustainable Waterloo Region and Climate Action Waterloo Region, to present the 2019 State of Sustainability Year-End Report. Welcome, Tova, momentarily. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have to tell you, I just saw our year-end report passing in front of some cameras, and they are the very first we've been able to deliver. We're so excited. So thank you so much for having us. We did a newspaper format this year, so you can actually open it up and see all the cool stuff that's going on. Mayor, Council, thank you so much for having me. If we could start the slides, I'd really appreciate it.
Just give us one moment, we'll pull that up.
No problem. While we're waiting, just going to give a shout out to the team that does this year-end report for us. They're from Studio Locale. They are a Kitchener-based small family-owned design firm. They do this not only as members of our programs, but also pro bono to support us in our getting the message out. So if you're ever looking for some cool design from some really wonderful people, look up Robin and Phil at Studio Locale. They're just above Smile Tiger at 100 Errands. So Kitchener local, gotta love it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This is where we pause for station identification. So, who's old enough to remember that?
Yep.
How's it going, Jeff? Tova, do you have it on your screen?
I sure do. Would you like me to?
Sorry, through the chair, we do have it available.
Oh, okay.
We're just pulling it up now.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I should tell everyone my apologies if all of a sudden barking erupts like crazy in my house. There are always at least 2 here, sometimes 4. So there's only 2 tonight. So if it's a bit barky, I'm sorry. I will push through, but they get excited.
That's okay. Counselor Marsh is a new mom in that regards and is getting used to it as well.
That's awesome. We'll have to talk about that one. Love it. Okay, so thank you so much. I'll get started without further delay. My name is Tova Davidson. I'm the Executive Director at Sustainable Waterloo Region. It is my pleasure to be here tonight. I love doing these council presentations and our evening of recognition, which sadly we couldn't do as we normally do due to COVID this year. But I'm happy to be bringing some of the news of what's been happening in the sustainability world to you and to answer any questions you might have. So if you could, next slide, please. 2019 was a really amazing year in sustainability in this community. And I don't know if everyone's aware of how pivotal it was. We were so proud to be bringing an award to all of the mayors across the region, all 8 and the chair, to say that this is the first time we have come together fully as a community in a number of ways to recognize that climate change and sustainability is a central focus for what we need to do going forward. This is the first year that we've had every municipality as part of the Regional Sustainability Initiative. Everybody is now part of Partners for Climate Protection. Every council unanimously approved the 80 by 50 targets. I always want to switch them for our long-term climate action plan. And everybody declared a climate crisis or climate emergency. This is huge, and it means that we all now understand and we're all at the table moving forward. And we know that in the organizational level that we know that low carbon business is possible and profitable. It's a good way to function, and it's good for our local economy to be investing in clean tech and low carbon economy. Next slide, please. So we are making moves forward, and we are working toward that cultural change. Historically, people have always thought that sustainability work is about HVAC systems and insulation and all of those things, but we know now that it is about all of that and cultural change. Understanding that we as a community identify and focus on and prioritize sustainability because it is the intersectionality of all the social issues that we face. This isn't about the bugs and the bunnies and the trees. This is about justice and equity and treating everybody right and planning for a future that is low carbon and prosperous for all. Next slide, please. So we are seeing that in the Regional Sustainability Initiative, the manifestation of this possibility. We have committed through this program, which is now at about 90 members, 65,000 tons plus, but have reduced 69,000 tons. So that means that organizations are staying prosperous and staying healthy through a long-term reduction of their carbon emissions. Next slide, please. We are also seeing growth in things like transit usage. So you can see the transit passes that were purchased through the TravelWise program, which is offered in partnership with the region, grew significantly in 2019. And so this uptake of travel and using transit is likely linked to LRT. And through COVID, we're also seeing a shift to work from home and a new way of operating, seeing that our emissions through transportation will be reducing and that we will have a more diverse workforce here and the ability to have flexibility within our work systems. Next slide, please. This is a big question. Everybody always wants to know how many electric vehicles and how much growth did we have? And there was some conjecture that the number might go down because of the loss of the rebates from the provincial government. But in fact, we still had growth in the electric vehicle sector here in Waterloo Region. Over 2,000 cars are now registered, and we're seeing that the price differential is coming down significantly. We're also seeing constant investment in infrastructure for electric vehicles, knowing that this is one of the barriers for adoption. And with our carbon footprint being 49% transportation, an important part of the solution to move us forward and to fuel switching to get us to that low carbon future that we need. Next slide. And then, as I already mentioned, this is a big year in climate action. So we were so lucky through our partners, Reap Green Solution and the Climate Action Program, to receive Transition 2050 funding for our long-term target. And we're using a unique model to create our long-term strategy and short-term plan. We're using backcasting. So what we did was, after this target was approved by all those councils unanimously, we then started a process where we talked to the community and asked them, what does the future look like for you when we reach a low carbon future? And it's one of the most exciting things that I think happened last year. We heard that they understand that a low carbon future isn't just about clean air and change in climate change. They understand that it means a better future, more prosperity, more inclusion, that the things that we need to invest in and the infrastructure that creates that low carbon future are things that create belonging and child and youth development and parks and all of those great things that make us a better community overall. So now we're working on the strategy and the implementation plans, which will be coming to councils later on this year, through that funding from the Federation of Community Municipalities. And I do want to give a big shout out not only to my partners at Reap Green Solutions, but to the two groups that have been helping us with this, Unless Design Partners and Walter Fady. They helped us with community consultation and technical pathways respectively. And they've been incredible partners. Again, small local companies coming together to support the creation of a long-term pathway to a low carbon future. Next slide, please. We do know that our carbon footprint has come down from 2015, and we're going to be doing a re-inventory at the end of this year. It's going to be really interesting to see how does it look, and potentially to do one 5 years from now, with some of the projections showing a potential bump up after we lift all restrictions due to COVID. But to see what was possible, how far down did we get with some of the changes we made to society, and one of the silver linings of this whole pandemic is to see how much society can change when we take something seriously and we understand that real change needs to happen. Next slide, please. Finally, for those who haven't been to Evolve One, if there's any of you, please let me know. I would be happy to arrange a time to get you into that building. It is the first of its kind. It is certified as the first net zero multi-tenant office building in Canada. It is a fully replicable model, and the feasibility study for it is there online. And we're working with Veris, which is a research institute out of Laurier, to figure out how to create that culture of sustainability I talked about at the very beginning, and to ensure that people behave in the way they need to, because buildings need people and people affect the buildings. So we're working with them on this work, and it's a really important piece that we're doing. We're also working in this group together collaboratively in the Evolve Green, which is the two universities, the Accelerator Center in Clean Tech and Sustainable Waterloo Region, on a City Lab program where we're able to address issues that are facing our community and sustainability through ideation and community consultation, sort of the touch points and our lodestone for Sustainable Waterloo Region. So excited to be bringing those to you when they're ready to launch. Next slide, please. That's the end of my presentation today. I did want this image is just to remind you that if you look at the first inside page of that year-end report you have in front of you, if you pull that out, it's a map, and it shows you all the different places that sustainability is strong in this community across all of the programs that we do and all of the partnerships. I encourage you to look at it and see where things are happening, to put it up on your wall, and remember that sustainability is everywhere and the foundation of everything. And I also ask if you have anything that we can do to help you. We are here, we are a support organization, and we are committed to this community. I'm just a phone call or an email away, and I am so excited to work with you and continue working with you. Thanks for your time today. Last slide has my contact info for those that don't have it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very, very much, Tova. That was a great presentation and a great overview of how far we've come as a community. Are there any questions for Tova? If not, just thanks for all of your leadership in the community. Thanks for all the great work that you're doing, and we look forward to continuing to work with you and our other partners to achieve that 80-50 goal.
It's our honor. Thank you so much for all your support.
Thanks, Tova.
Have a great night.
You too. Take care.
Yep.
Okay, we'll now move on then to delegations, and we have numerous delegations this evening. I do want to remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentations, and I will turn it over to the first delegation is Judy Stephen Wells and Lori Trumper, who are here to with respect to CAO 20-004, our 2020 Business Plan Progress Report and Compass Kitchener Strategic Plan Evaluation Guide, item 4 on the Committee of the Whole agenda. And I will look for, I don't see Judy on my screen. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My colleague Lori Trumper and I are delighted to be here to give you a report on behalf of Compass Kitchener. And I think I will turn things over immediately to Lori to start us off.
Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening about the recommendations from Compass Kitchener. So Compass Kitchener is a group of citizens, and we represent, or we attempt to represent the citizens' view of the progress of the city against the strategic plan. So in our process, as part 1 of this presentation, we made a number of recommendations about that. So we just want to very briefly speak to you about those this evening. And to give you a bit of background about how we started this, we did meet with, to develop that evaluation criteria, we met with the senior leadership team, we met with the committees of the all advisory committee groups as well to sort of develop this criteria. So our first recommendation is to take an integrated approach to looking at community priorities. And I apologize if you could go to the next slide. Yeah, that one. So we wanted to look at the community priorities in terms of economic, social, and environmental, and to also consider the UN Sustainable Development Goals in development of the 2019-2020 strategic plan. And each of the 25 strategic action statements connects to at least one of those SDGs. So the Compass Kitchener has taken a look at all of that and developed the evaluation criteria. And so it's under this framework and these recommendations that we are proceeding. So if I could have the next slide, please. So you'll notice that we recommended a balanced distribution of strategic initiatives across the goals. So previously they were somewhat unbalanced, and so what we're looking for in 2019 and 2022 is a more equal distribution of the emphasis on those strategic goals. Next slide, please. So we also recognize that the strategic plan is to guide the business plan and the budgets, and that there needs to be sufficient resources for project planning and management. And I would say this was very much supported by the CLT, the senior leadership team, in terms of making sure that the strategic plan, that the projects contained within there are actually strategic and advancing the strategic initiatives of the city, but also recognizing that the business plans and business projects are also important, but we wanted to make sure that it is the actual strategic plan that is driving the business initiatives. So you'll see there that we have the business plan alignment on the left, and then the 2020 budget alignment in terms of the amount of resources that have been assigned to it. Now, as Compass Kitchener, we don't have an opinion one way or the other whether those are sufficient, and we rely on the expertise of the city staff to make sure that there's sufficient budget and resources available there. Next slide, please. So we also recommended fewer projects that would improve our completion rate. So in the past, you'll notice in 2015 to 2018, there were a lot of projects, and some, and our completion rate wasn't all that successful. As well, there were a lot of business plan items. So as we've progressed and we've evolved, we've really tried to tighten that up and keep the business plan to 47 items with 9 strategic actions, and so that we can really stay focused on that. The other thing is also consider breaking the big projects into a series of smaller initiatives, so that we can, meet some milestones and make progress a little bit more effectively and efficiently. Next slide, please. And of course, as Compass Kitchener, our main focus, our primary focus is the citizen input. So we wanted to make sure that we're building on that citizen input and that we're taking what they feel is most important in the evaluation and the reporting, and that is a part of that is paramount to the creating of the evaluation framework. And we want to make sure that our metrics, our time, budget, savings, and that we're always considering the impact and the outcome to the citizens, because that's who we're here to serve. So we also recommend that we evaluate the projects that got delayed or canceled, because even though that doesn't necessarily show up on a scorecard per se as a positive, it is important to the citizens to understand if those things were important to them, why they maybe got delayed, why they got canceled, and what's the impact. And it's important for us to understand that as well and present that information. Next slide. And we want to make sure that we're establishing clear, measurable outcomes. And so we spent a lot of time in Compass Kitchener working through that, and really, and with the support and guidance of senior leadership team, the CAO, and of course, Karen Cooper, who is so instrumental in what we do and as a liaison to this committee, to really make sure that we were identifying those metrics that are really going to make sure that we're on target, and rather than just simply saying, yes, we got that done, or we, as a checkbox type thing, that we were really focusing on the outcome and as an input from the citizens. And we also recognize that we need to celebrate our successes and be more celebratory about that and be more open about that, as well as developing an interactive citizen dashboard, which will display that to the citizens so they know that as they provide input into the city is listening, the city takes it into account, and they actually do take action based on it, and that it's a meaningful and valuable process for the citizens, inputting providing their feedback and their input into the city processes. So at that, I'll turn it over to Judy.
Okay, and I'd like to shift our thoughts at this point to look at the whole process of developing the evaluation criteria. If we could have the next slide and the one following. Perfect. The first thing I want to say about this process is that it represents a significant shift from the way Compass Kitchener has worked on developing evaluation criteria in the past. One of the key changes that we've made is we really wanted to develop these criteria early in the process, not just at the time of evaluation, but establish those criteria as the projects were being developed, and to do it in consultation with senior members of the city staff, so that we're all on the same page in terms of what we were looking for in the projects. And hopefully by setting the evaluation criteria at the outset, those criteria could help lead the work that's done on the projects themselves. When you look at the timeline that's set out here, you'll have a sense of the input that's gone into the development of the evaluation criteria. In January and in November, we had opportunities to meet with members of all of the city's advisory committees to gather their input on what a good evaluation and reporting process would look like, and to get their feedback as we did our work. And as you'll see, in September, we had an opportunity to meet with representatives of CLT, and that was really helpful, because by then we had begun to frame out what we thought success might look like for each of the 25 actions, and began to look at possible yardsticks that could be used for measuring progress for each of those. And CLT members were able to give us feedback that was really effective in helping us fine-tune those measures. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the principles that have guided all our evaluation, both in terms of when the strategic plan itself was being developed and moving forward at the actual evaluation criteria. So first, we want to build on citizen input, what people feel is important. Second, we want to establish clear, measurable outcomes at the outset to guide the project and create the framework against which the project will be evaluated. We were looking for strategic plan actions which were SMART, which were specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Next slide, please. We also wanted all the metrics to be meaningful, to look at the specifics of timing. Were projects completed on time, on budget? Were there savings or overruns? And most specifically, what were the impacts on citizens? Not just we got the project done, but how has this changed the life of citizens in our community? And as we looked at the development of the plan, we were also looking at the broader community impact and how well the plan was aligned with the city's strategic vision of being an innovative, caring, and vibrant community. And as Lori mentioned, we want to make sure that we capture an evaluation of things that are delayed and canceled and their impact on our population. We also gave some thought to how we want to reflect the results of progress evaluation to the community. And we've long been advocates for an interactive citizen dashboard that would be an easy way for residents in the community to get a quick update on where the city stands on those 25 strategic actions. And we also would really like to encourage a more celebratory approach to looking at successes. Those successes that are achieved are really important, and we think it's critical that we do make a particular point of celebrating those successes. Next slide, please. So overall, what were we looking for? We were looking for a connection between the strategic plan and the mission and its connection to the city's vision. We wanted to look at whether the plan was realistic, integrated, balanced, complete, and was it a clear document. Next slide. Oh, I think we missed one in there, perhaps. No, we've lost a slide along the way, but just to say our key focuses will be on qualitative elements like timing and the budgetary result, heavy emphasis on the impact for citizens and looking at accountability. And we're delighted to see CLT as a whole endorse collectively seeing the strategic plan through to successful fulfillment. Looking at the SDGs, of course, that's a new element in this year's plan. We're delighted to see it there because it really helps with that integration between the three areas of concern, the social, environmental, and economic. We have some more work to do on this. Once the city's consultant has finished their work looking at localization of the SDGs, Campus Kitchener will be in a position to pay some particular attention to looking at how we'll evaluate progress on that particular front when we review implementation of the strategic plan. Now I'd like to go on to the next slide and begin to, oh, there's the slide we were missing earlier. Somehow got out of order. Next slide. Looking at the first of the strategic goals, people-friendly transportation. That we, on the left, you'll see listed the 5 strategic actions. On the right are the 5 things that we've identified as being key indicators of how completion of these projects will affect the public. And so the things that we will be looking at. So with respect to complete streets, we want to look at the increase in the number of complete streets demonstrated through mapping. In terms of the bike share program, we're looking to see more people using bikes. We're looking for a wider variety of kinds of trips people are using the bike share bikes for. We're looking for an increase in the number of rentals, the number of people renting, the number of bikes rented, and the bike parking facilities that are available. In terms of looking at improved connectivity and year-round maintenance and access for multi-use trails and pathways, we're going to be looking at the number of kilometers provided over and above the 3 kilometers that the city has included in its plans as a minimum for each year. In terms of plans for pedestrian first streets between Victoria Park and City Hall and between the Ion and Kitchener Market, we want to look at the number of adjacent neighborhoods connected by a continuous link. And in terms of a continuous protected cycling network connecting adjacent neighborhoods to the downtown, we're going to be looking at the number of people using those connections that are created. Next slide, please. Moving on to environmental leadership, In terms of both the corporate climate action plan and the community climate action plan, we want to look at the planned versus the actual greenhouse gas reductions reported annually. Looking at the Energy Efficiency Reserve Fund and how it's leveraged, we want to look at the number and type of projects that are funded and their planned and actual impact. Looking at sustainable urban forest strategy, we want to look at the number of trees planted and the backlog reduction annually. And in terms of the program to reduce waste diverted to landfills, we're going to look at the quantities of waste reduced or diverted and the innovations that are used to divert that waste. Moving on to the next slide, and vibrant economy. In terms of the urban design manual, we want to examine specifically the number of places provided for people to connect that are safe, delightful, comfortable, and inclusive with public art and beautiful trees. In terms of the creation of a citywide network of incubators, we want to look at the number of new businesses and the number of jobs created. In terms of the Make It Kitchener 2.0 strategy, we'll look at the numbers of new and retained businesses, jobs, arts organizations, artists, and people employed. In terms of the comprehensive review of city-owned properties, we'll consider the extent to which the use of city properties is aligned to the strategic plan or the advancement of policy objectives, and the number of city-owned properties that are made available. In the context of the development of the vision for downtown Kitchener and the offering of at least one parcel of land being brought to market, we'll look at the number and nature of opportunities realized. And in terms of the finalized master plans for Bram Yards and Civic District, we will look at the number and nature of opportunities realized and the extent of broad public support for those plans. In terms of a caring community, looking at the equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy, we're going to be looking for more participation from underrepresented people and an increase in the numbers of people using programs and services. With respect to the affordable housing strategy, we're going to be looking for an increase in the affordable housing stock that matches community need and demand with the objective that everyone has a home. Looking at reducing the stigma experienced by those living with mental illness and addiction, we'll look at the number of staff who've received training on working effectively with community members living with mental illness and addiction. In terms of utilization of facilities and relevant programming and equitable distribution of leisure programs and resources across neighborhoods, there's a significant list of things we want to look at, including the community needs being identified, that programs are aligned with the needs, that participation levels are measured, and we'll be looking for an increase in the usage of community facilities. And also that projects start on time. And lastly, with respect to the new and inclusive arts and culture plan, we want to look at the effectiveness of the engagement process in the development of the plan, looking at the number and diversity of people involved and the percentage of public wants that are reflected in the plan. And lastly, we get to great customer service. In terms of the customer satisfaction program, our focus will be on the percentage of calls resolved to the caller's satisfaction. Sorry, next slide. I should have flagged that. There we go. In terms of customer support, service support being provided in multiple languages, we want to look at the increase in the number of languages provided as an increase from the 2019 level and reported annually, and looking at the level of usage of each language. In terms of enhancing the online experience, we want to look in particular at the number of people creating accounts and and the number of transactions. In terms of the comprehensive program of customer experience reviews, we'll be looking to see that results or improvements are made public and that the percentage improvement, i.e. the shift from negative to positive feedback over time, is included in reporting. And lastly, in terms of setting specific and clearly communicated service levels for services like tree maintenance, parking, property standards, complaints, snow clearing, and grass cutting, will look at the nature and number of service standards that are set each year, and thereafter the percentage of services that are completed as per the service levels set. And just a couple of very quick comments. We can go to the next slide and then the following one. So we talked about the SDGs earlier. We're delighted to see the award that was received tonight, and delighted to see the funding that the city has received to support localizing the SDGs. We clearly have to do some more work on how we'll evaluate that. We have, next slide, had the benefit of seeing the report that's come before you this evening in terms of progress relative to the business plan. Certainly Compass Kitchener is aware of the fact that we've got completed work in 3 areas. We have work in progress in several areas, and there are a few where things have not yet been started. Next slide, please. Of those that have been completed, we're delighted to see 5 completed from the 2019 strat plan. We're looking like we're tracking for completion of 6 from the 2020 strategic plan. And we're aware of 3 projects that have been delayed to 2021 from the 2020 plan. Next slide. Clearly, this has been an extraordinary year with the emergence of COVID-19. I don't think one can stress what a big shift that's meant, a major context change. That's led, as you know, to the reduction in staff. We've had a number of staff that have been deployed to other emergency purposes, and some who have had to go on leave for a period of time, as well as a pause in non-critical hiring. We're well aware of the fact that this is going to have a major impact on how much the city is able to achieve, but I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the remarkable job that staff have done in keeping the operations of the city functioning, moving forward, and keeping us pressing ahead with progress on the strategic projects that are in the plan. It's not the year anyone anticipated working through this at all, but it's remarkable how much has been achieved and how many problems have been solved and solved expediently. So congratulations to the city staff in that regard. At this point, Lori and I and Karen Cooper, who as manager of strategic planning works very closely with us and is a wonderful resource in guiding the work of our committee, are all available to answer questions.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. One of the things that's really unique about us is the fact that we have a citizen committee like Compass Kitchener that's so intertwined with our strategic planning process and also reporting back in terms of how we're doing as a city. And so this is a great overview. So thank you to both of you and the rest of the committee for all of your work on behalf of the municipality. We have a couple people with questions. Councillor Marsh, you're first.
Thank you very much. And I want to just thank you so much, Judith and Lori and Karen and the whole Compass Kitchener team. What an amazing job you have done. Having been a volunteer on Compass Kitchener previous to being in this role, I can vouch for the fact that we did always aim to have the indicators decided on and, you know, indicated before we even began the implementation phase of business planning. But it's really great to see the evolution of how this is being constantly improved. So way to go. I specifically love the fact that you are looking to evaluate the impacts of projects that have not necessarily been able to be completed, and I think that's a really neat approach. So kudos to you, and kudos also to our staff who have embraced this report card style, you know, a way of looking at our strategic plan. I really, I think, and it's remarkable. So keep up the good work and way to go.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank Ms. Stephen Wells and Ms. Trumper for their presentation and work on this. I just did want a little bit of clarification on you referenced COVID-19 and the unprecedented times we're in. Throughout your presentation, there's a number of timelines that we're obviously committed to pre-COVID, and I think it's for the most part, I think it's very reasonable. But does the evaluation account for things to be able to change depending what's going forward in terms of the COVID situation?
For sure, that will be a factor that we look at very carefully. Well, we set out the evaluation criteria based on a normal year of activity. That what we're looking at is outcomes, and we realize that in terms of delivering projects within the time frame that's been predicted is something that we're going to have to look at quite differently under the circumstances. There's no way things have, it's been possible to achieve everything that we would have achieved had offices been open and people been doing their jobs as they would have in prior years. So absolutely, we'll take that into account.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. That appears to be all of the questions. And this is just here as information, I believe. Yes, it is. So thank you again, and please pass on our thanks to everyone.
We will do that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye. Okay, our next delegation is with respect to DSD report 20-052 and item number 1 on the committee of the whole agenda with respect to affordable housing, and Regan Sunshine Brousset.
Sorry, I feel a little caught off guard. I was thinking that we would be seeing the staff proposal prior to my coming in, so I do apologize.
No worries.
So I feel like there's much to talk about, and in my own standard form, I feel like I'm at risk of going too long. Without my own personal timer, please let me know when I'm coming close to when my time would be complete.
Sure.
If I may ask, just give me a moment to get some of my notes on board here.
No problem.
I'm here today a bit distraught. I'd like to, before I get into my reasons why, I'd like to absolutely commend Karen Cooper as well as our city for doing so well in its recent ISO 37120 standard certification. Our ability to collect data is most definitely strong, and I think there's much to be said for that. Inasmuch, I suppose I'd like to start in terms of looking at the report that's being placed before you this evening, in kind of taking a peek at that data. As mentioned in the beginning and within the background, in January, we did view it as there needing to be at least 450 units of supportive housing within Kitchener to meet the needs of people who are homeless in our community. That's my son, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That being said, though, if we are to look at the currently intended figures for unsheltered solutions, as briefly mentioned in, I apologize, the collaboration with region section of your report, the numbers don't add up. Our region does not have their handle on this. I mean no disrespect in saying that. I adore the plans and the amazing efforts that are intended. But we are now at a time where intended is no longer good enough. In seeking a quick win, there's a few things I'd like to point out in regards to the options that you have before you. First and foremost, I have recently been able to better come to the understanding that we do have a permanent budget line intended for 2021 for the purpose of affordable housing. If I'm in error there, I'd ask someone to let me know, as that's to the best of my knowledge. Inasmuch, option number 1 and 2, seeing as how they're coming at a later point in time, I see no reason that the current 40K wouldn't be needing to be allocated as a quick win when there are other opportunities that could be made and taken in order to make an immediate impact and enable some aid to those who are in our homeless encampments and currently unsheltered in our city. I'm not here to ask you about or to take responsibility in any way for those who are unsheltered in Waterloo or Cambridge, because that would not be your role nor your responsibility, most certainly. However, in light of the failings of our region, which are most clearly indicated not only through our current tallies, if you will, and all the math that we're putting out there, but in the fact that encampments remain existing, I mean, we do need you to take action today to help these individuals. Inasmuch, the last thing I'll put out there for the moment, and then I presume my time will be close to up. In addressing the three options before you, most specifically 3, 4, and 5, I would like to point out that I feel it is not accurate to say that the amount of funding available is not sufficient for option 3, nor the other ones. I feel this is inaccurate for a multitude of reasons. I won't bore them with you. It would be your own judgment, of course, that would be more applicable in this way. I feel that there has not been adequate discussion made with committee to suggest that there is a lack of merit in taking these steps. I also feel that the opportunity for a nonprofit to step forward and take on perhaps a tiny home pilot hasn't necessarily been adequately investigated. I have a weird phrase for you that I never thought I'd utter, and I'm pretty sure you never thought I would be too, but I'd like to see us do a pilot. I'd like to see us study this idea. Not necessarily taking on the responsibility to assist everybody in our region, because that is our regional government's role, but in addressing the gap that remains for our unsheltered within the city of Kitchener. In addition to that, to be frank, we're sitting here a couple months ago is when I first brought up to our municipal representatives and the staff within our region and city that there were people who were lacking access to provide to any provision of essential life services. If the region actually has the resources to take this on without city commitment, then I'd like our city to go get those resources and make sure it's done for our residents. I do apologize. I hope that everybody understands I never intend to come in here with any level of vehemence, but I'm becoming quite frustrated with what I can only name as the level of politics that we're involving surrounding people's lives and the need to move quickly to help make sure that they still have lives and still exist at the point in time when our best intentions are actually going to be enacted. I do agree. Let's enhance people's sense of belonging and connection, but not just by helping to make housing affordable, but by including them now, because they all deserve to be. They're part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regan, and for not having a clock. You've hit it bang on. So thank you for both that and for your passionate comments. We do have a few questions for you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and thank you, Regan, for your passion and your commitment to this issue. I do want to ask you, with regard to what you think would be the best quick win, well, what is it that you were hoping? You said you want to have a pilot, but the city is not able to necessarily create a pilot based on 40,000. So are there any other ways that you could foresee us being able to utilize that 40,000 that's available this year for a quick win?
Well, I will say the three options, meaning 3, 4, and 5, are ones that I have most definitely contributed towards bringing forth in discussion. So those are three things that I feel are very important. I do disagree respectfully that the 40K is not enough for a pilot. I think with accessing resources of alternate funding, perhaps by seeking additional funds from our region on behalf of the city to assist with these wraparound services and things like that, and integrating all portions of this situation, meaning bringing together the silos, that could very well be enough. I think one of the reasons why we're saying it's not enough is because we're considering cost of land to be considered as a value in this situation. Whereas what I'm suggesting is not anything of permanence that would take away ownership of that asset in a way that we would have to consider that to be a value. Like, we don't have to look at it as we'd have to call 20,000 of that 40K to be use of land, because that land would be used for its exact same purpose when the time comes.
Okay,
This is more an interim measure.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Regan. My questions are along the same lines as Councillor Marsh's. When you talk about a pilot, can you give us some more details on what you're thinking of?
I would see it as, and I mean, by no means am I suited to give all facets of perception on this idea. I mean, I know some parts of it, but this is something very much that I'd hope to see in committee for the sake of those who truly may know better than me coming into the conversation. I would propose, though loosely, because I don't know it all, that we would use a piece of city land as designated, maybe one of the ones we're looking at as an affordable lot for later time for construct in the future, that we use one of those locations to build some tiny homes similar to those done at Lot 42, which to my understand, the value of each home winterized would be at an expense of $3,500. So I mean, the 40K doesn't mean a lot, but it could mean 10 of those. I would suggest then that perhaps the city seek to have some of the intended budgets to assist with outreach services from the region, that we go after those and say, hi, Region of Waterloo, we need some of that money so we can provide wraparound services for this. And that in addition to that, I mean, by no means can I rely 100% on sense, if you will, but everybody I've interacted with that is not agency nor government and just independent members of our community, I feel strongly that the community would come on board to assist as well. And I do think that we do have an agency that could assist with additional fundraising to help offset perhaps the 40Ks lacking.
Okay, that's very helpful. Yeah, I'll just say thanks. Thanks for coming in, Regan.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for all the work that you do in the community. I think it's very, very much valued.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yourself as well.
Thanks, Councillor Chapman. Regan, those are all the questions we have for you. So let me again echo all of our thanks for your effort and work. And thanks for coming in this evening.
My pleasure. I'd appreciate your action. Rather than gratitude, in all honesty, we could use motion. Take care, all.
We'll be dealing with this issue. Thank you. Okay, Council, there is a report in front of us with a recommendation on page 1-1 with respect to the funding. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I can fully understand staff's position on this issue. I really do know that as much as we'd like, 40,000 does not stretch very far. And as much as the region believes that its plan to end homelessness for sheltered and unsheltered people will result in everyone having accommodation this year, the reality is yet to be seen. And we do know that we don't want anybody to freeze to death outside. We know that there are some innovative projects specifically at Lot 42, but there's a new collaboration with St. Mary's Church, and I would like to move that we defer the decision on the remaining 40,000 in order to allow for us to have additional conversation with those leading the tiny home projects and see if our 40,000 might not be able to be stretched, whether it be through matching donations from others in the private sector or other forms. Because this recommendation from staff is to be able to have a more thorough amenity, indoor or outdoor, but it wouldn't be necessary to spend that money at all until next year. And so if we don't find if through further investigation, we, after deferring this, if we don't find a suitable way to spend this money, it's still there for us to attribute to that. Or if we do, then we can decide later to spend a different 40,000 in future. So that's what I'd like to suggest. And I guess it's open. I'm open to staff's suggestion on what date to defer that decision to.
Okay, so first of all, is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Chapman. Okay. Councillor Chapman, you're, well, actually, maybe before we move on, does staff have any thoughts around the recommendation? Because I think, to be clear, the recommendation that we're considering is based on work that came from the advisory committee. So I guess, would staff want to take this back to the advisory committee when you're looking at the dates? Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor. So what I would suggest is the motion that's on the floor is fairly similar to option number 2, which is supporting existing or planned projects being undertaken by the nonprofit and service providers. And so, you know, should council wish to endorse option number 2, we would look at an expression of interest and then bring that back up for council to select a preferred expression of interest to leverage the funding further, rather than deferring to a later decision.
Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. If I may just add, because I'm not on the committee, I am open to hearing what councillors on the committee have to say, to weigh in on this. I don't want to overstep, but that's just my assessment of what I think I'd like to see happen at this point.
Okay, so I'll obviously the motion has been made and it's on the floor now. So we'll continue going through, and if something changes, that'll be up to you and the seconder later on. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so what's being proposed on the as option 1, I have a problem with it because I feel it doesn't give us any quick wins at all, as has been suggested by Councillor Marsh. I have no recollection in the committee meetings that this has ever been discussed. So I don't think it's a question of going back to committee and rediscussing it, because it never went to committee and got discussed. So that said, I was similarly thinking, I sort of made a list here of different organizations that could benefit from this money, and they would be quick wins, like Lot 42 or the Working Center and the challenges that they're facing in the tent city in their backyard, or the work that the Social Development Center is doing, and others. I mean, I think the list goes on. But to me, this would show a willingness to support and recognize and acknowledge the work that's being done out there, and it wouldn't move this $40,000 over to another fiscal year. So I would like to see it spent, and I'd like it to be more specific rather than just support housing, indoor, outdoor amenity space, which I find it hard to know what that actually means. So I support Councillor Marsh's proposal. If you want to hone in on something more specific, maybe that could be discussed here and come up with something concrete. I think that's a great idea.
Well, to be clear, the motion right now does not call for something concrete here, but that would come back at a future point. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I know that we're looking for quick wins here, but it really feels like we're trying too hard to spend this money, that we don't necessarily have a good option that we can get on board with. And so I'm struggling to move forward with any of this. I like the idea of being able to leverage other funding so that our $40,000 becomes more than $40,000. But I don't know exactly what that looks like. And so I'm just concerned we're moving down a path that we're trying to come up with a solution to spend $40,000 when we don't have the right fit for that $40,000 yet. And so I'm all for quick wins, but I feel like maybe at this point we need to hold on to the money until we find a good option that really is a quick win for everybody.
Councillor Singh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovic. Just as quickly to answer Councillor Marsh's initial question to members of council that sit on the advisory committee for affordable housing. So I'll at least share my perspective. I hear the direction that you're heading, that you are wanting some quicker action. That is some of the essence of what we're hearing from the committee members, that that call to action, do something quicker than later. So that is something that's coming out of the committee. But at the same time, I think there is a strong desire, and I'm putting my perspective as well as included, strong desire to have not just quick wins, but solid wins as well. Something that really does help to define the problem and look for solutions as well, and specific solutions that help in the long term. So that's my perspective of being a committee member. But beyond that, as a quick comment, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions. I like what Justin just said, that option 2 does kind of go to the sense of what Councillor Marsh does want, where we can look for opportunities to leverage the existing 40,000, or we can seek public input as well as partner input, and seeing if that we can partner or focus these monies more specifically that could help homelessness and help more immediate affordable housing issues, especially with the cold weather coming. I don't think we need to defer this. I think allowing staff to go back and create that opportunity to leverage and look for opportunities to partner, I think goes to the sense of what Councillor Marsh wants. And that's, Councillor Marsh, my encouragement to you. Rather than deferring, I think we should actively look at option 2 as a direction of staff so that we can get this piece moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I like what I'm hearing, but my only concern is that it's September 14th. It's going to start getting cold very soon, and the region is the de facto authority on this. So I guess my question to staff is, can we not allocate the $40,000 the condition that the region just reports back to us that they allocate this money in time for this winter season, and then we can look at some of the things that Councillor Marsh and Councillor Singh have talked about with different funding going forward.
Is that a question for staff, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, the question for staff was, can we not allocate it? Well, first of all, I guess 2 questions. First of all, if we go with option number 2, in terms of timelines, can we make sure that this funding will be allocated in time for the winter, is one question. And the other question is, in lieu of that, can we not assign it to the region, just ask that the region report back to us if they, and hopefully quickly, if they won't be allocating the funds before the winter?
Who wants to take that from a staff perspective? Ms. Cooper?
Hi, it would be helpful if you provided some clarity, if council provided some clarity on what they would like the money to be used for. So I thought I heard Councillor Marsh saying some kind of tiny home and leveraging the money. If I didn't hear that properly, please correct me. If it's to do services to support people through the winter, that would provide some clarity for the region in terms of how to spend the money. It would also be the same sort of thing if we were going to issue an RFP. Because it's under $50,000, it's a relatively streamlined process. and we give the nonprofit community an opportunity to say how they would use the money to augment what they're doing or propose something new. So if you could just provide a little clarity on like what's the end goal of using the money, that would be helpful.
Councilor Marsh raised it. Like personally, I would say shelter for the winter. I think that's issue number one. And I guess just the second part then, if we issue an RFP, can staff comment on whether an RFP could be put out and then the money spent, or something to be done before the winter time?
Yes, it could be very simple.
Okay.
Through the mayor, I would just like to clarify, it would likely be an expression of interest, not an RFP. So
yes,
simplified process for, so council gave us direction to allocate that $40,000 through an EOI. We could set up some metrics to evaluate and move that forward relatively quickly.
Okay, I'll think on that. Thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm struggling with this $40,000. What we get for it. Like when we talk about tiny homes, if that's the route we're going, like how many are you going to get, and is it feasible? Like I'm not convinced it is. I'd be more apt to support. Like I would take staff's recommendations, but if council, the majority wants to go to try just the supporting existing or planned projects, and number two, I would support that. But I still would like to know what would $40,000 get when we talk about.
Through the mayor, so I would like to clarify that, like, if we did use city-owned land, none of the money would go to that component, but security costing alone would be in the order of about $30 an hour. And if we're looking at 24/7 security, like we would use that money within a few months on security alone, and that wouldn't be providing washrooms or water facilities or any wraparound services that we would rely on others to provide.
Mm-hmm. And the region is, there is a shelter as at St. Mark's Church. One of the churches downtown is adding 150 more beds this winter. I know the YW is looking after that over through the region. So there will be beds to shelter people. I just am not convinced that the $40,000 to go into a tiny homes project that's already there or putting more in is just the money well spent.
That's a comment, I guess. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Really encouraged by the compassionate questions and comments that I'm hearing tonight. And I think Councillor Singh brought up a good point. Not only are we looking for a quick one, we're looking for a solid win. And I'm not sure what the region has planned, and maybe if we have ideas of what they have planned, if they're going to shelter people, similarly to what's been done during COVID-19 at the Radisson. I think having people, sheltered in a facility similar to that or like that would be safe, it would be warm, it would be comfortable, it'd be dignified. So if our $40,000 could further the efforts of the region or some other agency provide this kind of great shelter, I think that's something we could consider. Is there a possibility of finding out what the region and others are doing and some options that we might be able to put that $40,000 towards?
Yeah, Mr. Chapman, do you want to speak to it, and then I can fill in any blanks if need be?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was going to suggest that perhaps Karen Cooper could give the update, but I know it came to regional council. And so if you want to speak to that, that's helpful. Our understanding is that there is a plan that's very close to being executed to provide dormitory or hotel style accommodation over the winter months. And the region has that well in hand. What I'm hearing from council is your objective. It seems as if an emerging objective may be to do our part to ensure that people are out of the cold in the wintertime. And a good example in the summer parallel is the partnership that we had with the region through Ray of Hope to provide afternoon programming. You may recall that we identified a gap in the afternoons when the soup kitchen closed, but before the shelters were open. And so we did our part with the region to help fill that gap. And so if council's saying you want to see us do the same this coming winter, I think there could be a process through a simple EOI where we would identify the gaps and then figure out what part the city can play to help the agencies meet that need. And I suspect, or my view is, Councillor Schneider, it's not in terms of overnight accommodation. we would find that those gaps exist in other hours of the day, and that's the role that we could play. So perhaps, Mayor, you can elaborate on the plan for the evening shelters.
Sure, and refer council to page 1-3 in the report because it does partially reference it in there. But as council is familiar, when the pandemic hit, the region needed to pivot and move into different types of accommodation. And so the arrangement at the Radisson came up, as did the arrangement at the YMCA. And the YMCA came to an end at the end of June, so that the Y could be returned to use for their summer camps, and now obviously to their regular customers. And the arrangement at the Radisson was to come to an end as of the end of August, but has been extended to the end of September. The region has committed, as Mr. Chapman indicated, to negotiating agreements for 2 facilities, either dorm or hotel style, that will provide accommodations for many individuals. And in addition to that, have also gotten into an arrangement with respect to St. Mark's Church, which is the one that was used as the overflow shelter last winter. And that is being utilized again this year until that building gets repurposed as affordable housing in the future. And so by the region's estimates, those 3 facilities, along with the existing facilities in terms of women at the YW, as well as Roof for Youth and the Bridges Shelter in Cambridge, will meet the needs for those who are either in the shelter system now at Lot 42 or in a number of other encampments, known encampments in the area. I think there's some who feel that who will argue that there are other individuals who are in other encampments who may not be covered by that, and I can't speak to what those numbers may or may not look like. Hope that helps, Councillor Schneider.
Okay, yeah, I mean, anything we can do to keep people out of the cold and warm and dignified accommodation or support systems, support programs, I think that'd be something we could strongly consider.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh. Oh, sorry, you're come back to Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic. I guess my question is, I kind of like the way Mr. Chapman was going, and which one of these options would suit that purpose of filling in those gaps? Because I think that's the way we should go, because it sounds like the region has everything option 2. Then if that's the case, then I'll definitely support if we do option 2, that if that's the case, because I don't want, it sounds like the region has everything under control and no one's going to be left behind. So, and I don't want to be just duplicating to that. I rather work at some other thing that will enhance. So if that's what the option number 2 is, if that's the clarification, then that's what I'm willing to support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Marsh, I'll come to you next.
Thank you. So I'm very encouraged by the conversation that we're having today, but I just want to reiterate that this is not meant to be a transfer payment to the region. The region is in charge of shelter, and it sounds like they have a solid plan going forward, as was already mentioned. I do want to also give kudos. I mean, throughout the pandemic up until now, the community of homeless people in the city of Kitchener, not one has had a case of COVID, which is extraordinary. And so I think that that's something that we should recognize as, this is the region's ability to take over places like the Radisson or the Y and help people shelter in place. I think that's a good model, and I'm not trying to duplicate or change that. What I do think though is that what we're dealing with here, and I'm going to be speaking to this later with my motion, is such a complex problem of the opioid crisis that is contributing to, it's the reality that there are some people who just will not go to wherever the region provides. They just won't go, and for their different reasons, right? And so I feel that, as Councillor Galloway-Seelock mentioned, we don't have an easy way to just, okay, we're going to spend the money this way, because we are not the experts. However, we have such great agencies in our community, and we have really creative conversations happening about how to address these problems in new ways, that I don't think it will be hard for the agencies to respond to an expression of interest and help us spend that 40,000 in a solid way and in a more immediate way than was originally on the table this evening. And so it's for that reason that I do want to put forward number 2. I'll change my motion to number 2 and to add in, I don't know exactly the wording, but it would be something to make sure that we're looking for something that is definitely going to be tangible, but also potentially be leveraged. So, I mean, that's not a deal breaker for me, but I think if we can put that in there, then it will maybe put the put out the gauntlet that somebody else can pick up and say, okay, we're gonna match that, or I don't know. But we'll figure that part out. But I just think that we can find it. The agencies will find a really good way to use that money.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Marsh. And I think that will achieve what I think both you and Councillor Chapman were speaking to, with some process in place, but also something that can move fairly quickly and nimbly, because time is of the essence. I mean, as Councillor Davey pointed out, today is the 14th. The clock will move very quickly in terms of the cold weather. And I think if we can leverage with our partners those limited dollars, we could potentially see, as you know, I think we did with the dollars that we leveraged with the Ray of Hope and the region for the Ray of Hope, rather, to move things forward, and to speak to the kinds of things that I think Ms. that Sunshine spoke about, you know, to fill in some of the gaps for those individuals who are struggling on the margins. Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Oh, sorry, I should, before I go to you, Councillor Chapman, are you still okay with seconding Councillor Marsh's revised motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just very briefly, because of my comments before, I just want to be clear that I'm happy with the way the conversation turned, and the option number 2, after seeking the clarification and what we can do. And I like the idea of being able to fill the gaps where needed. So the EOI is definitely a way that I think we can get the best possible solid solution moving forward. And so I'm happy with the way that turns, and I can support option number 2.
Okay, great.
Recorded vote, please.
Yes. So I will go, I'll start with Ward 1. Ward 1, Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
Ward 2, Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Ward 3, Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Ward 4, Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Ward 5, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
In favor.
Ward 6, Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Ward 7, Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Ward 8, Counselor Johnson.
In favor.
Ward 9, Counselor Chapman.
In favor.
Ward 10, Counselor Marsh.
Favor.
And I'm in favor as well, so the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Chapman, you wanted to add something?
Just to confirm the process on this, I don't think it was made explicit. What I hear from council is that you want to see the funds flowed quickly, not as a transfer to the region, working with our partners across the region to fill gaps and ensure that people are out of the cold to the extent possible. Am I clear then that this is being delegated at this point to Justin, Karen, and their team to work through? We'll advise council as the process unfolds, but in the interest of moving it forward, there's no expectation that the final allocations come back to council for approval. Is that correct, or is it expected that they will come back to council for a final decision?
I took it that it wasn't, but Councillor Marshall, was your motion?
I will entrust this motion to staff to implement in the best way possible. I know that my colleagues on the Affordable Housing Committee have definitely had more conversations with agency representatives about what this might look like. I also have had many conversations, and I know the mayor absolutely has. So between all of us, if there are any, if staff is open to councillor, email suggestions within the next few days, I think that would be, I think that would be wise. But we can entrust staff, I think, to carry out this motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, a lot of talk has gone around about whether, where the committee fits into this whole thing. Is it unreasonable to ask that it be sent out to committee? It doesn't have to be a meeting, but that at least be, a poll taken by the members of the committee to affirm or confirm the proposed way of spending this money?
So I would look to Justin or Karen. My suggestion, council, would be that Karen and Justin keep the committee apprised, clarify the objectives that were articulated by council tonight, outline the process. Certainly, if committee members have feedback on the process or the criteria, they're welcome to provide that to Justin and Karen to inform the process. But my suggestion at this point is that I think you've been fairly clear in your expectation. That's sufficient direction to staff, and so they can engage with the committee. I don't know at this point, though, that I would suggest that this be left as a decision of that committee, recognizing the diversity of viewpoint. I think that may become problematic, but that we rely on the direction that staff have received this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chapman. Okay, moving on. Our next item is clause 1 of the Finance and Corporate Services report, and that is winter sidewalk maintenance. And we have a number of delegations on that item. The first delegation is Maggie DeVoe from Max.
Mr. Mayor, how many delegations are there? Just quickly as we wait.
On this item, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 delegations on this item, and then 1 delegation on the notice of motion under new business, and 1 delegation with respect to the dangerous dog designation appeal.
Thank you.
Now, I'll apologize. It's Maggie DeVoe here, and my computer just rebooted as
No
you were
worries.
introducing that. So, Your Worship, if you can just confirm it's my, I've got the floor.
You do. Welcome,
Okay.
Maggie.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, and good evening, City Councilors. I'll do my best to be quick here. This is certainly a topic that we've visited before. But once again, I'm here on behalf of the Mayor's Advisory Council for Kitchener Seniors with respect to the data analysis and solution development resulting from the snow event service pilot conducted over 2019-2020 winter season. Just as a reminder, the mission of MAX is to ensure effective community input to the City of Kitchener related to the impact of its programs, services, policies as they affect older adults. The World Health Organization defines an age-friendly community as one which promotes healthy aging through its services, policies, and infrastructure. In the development of the city's age-friendly action plan, which was adopted by City Council in April of 2017, we heard very clearly from the citizens that winter sidewalk maintenance is an important issue for them. Our progress reports on the implementation of the action plan presented to City Council in September of 2018 and then again last year restated this as one of the key priority actions to be addressed. We very much appreciate the support that we've received from Council and the considerable effort by Mr. Lobley and his staff in undertaking the pilot and the detailed report findings. However, it's impossible for us to accept the survey results in the report that state, quote, 54% of the respondents are satisfied with the status quo because they believe it is a resident's responsibility, it is too expensive, and it is not difficult to do, end quote. The intent of the pilot was to recognize the voice of the communities and to find ways to do better, not simply to justify the status quo. And with respect to the cost, the report states the contractor-led service, if implemented, would result in an approximate average tax increase of $54, while the city-led service would result in an approximate average tax increase of $89. Those estimated tax increases are the equivalent of less than one Tim Hortons coffee per week. As a result, those comments were confusing to Max, and further review revealed in the supplemental report that the average age of those surveyed in both the pilot and the citywide program was 40 years of age, with an average annual income of $84,000. So clearly the demographics of the pilot and the survey do not come close to including Kitchener's older adult perspective. In that regard, the data may be solid, but the pilot itself missed its intent to cast a broad net on our community and include the perspective of the older adult population. Therefore, the stated recommendations in the report to increase assisted services from 75 to 150 properties of residents 65 plus and those living with disabilities, and to hire 4 part-time temporary bylaw enforcement officers for seasonal enforcement with focus areas around schools and senior homes fails to address the needs of the older adult aging in their own home and the significant impact poorly navigable sidewalks have on social isolation for this and other already vulnerable populations. These recommendations do not recognize the repeated identification by the community of sidewalk maintenance and snow clearance, quote, as a barrier to aging in place and as a key to ensuring that older adults, those with disabilities, and many other members of our community are able to accomplish day-to-day activities within their neighborhoods. The recommendations also do not hit the mark on statements in the City of Kitchener's own traffic calming policy, which state, sidewalk infrastructure is a key component of the urban environment that encourages and facilitates walking and active transportation, supports community health, vitality, and safety. Sidewalks contribute significantly to a sustainable community and a pedestrian-friendly environment. We are asking that next steps be revisited to explore opportunities to expand and improve the winter sidewalk maintenance efforts, and also to ensure the results have captured a clear picture of Kitchener's older adults aging in their own homes. We must find a way to improve this. Together, we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf, for coming and making that presentation this evening. Are there any questions? There don't appear to be any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Margaret Santos. Welcome, Ms. Santos.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. I just have this slide here. I did it a few years back, just as a fun little sketch about how it feels to have to walk in the winter here in town. Basically, I'm asking you to support sidewalk snow clearing by the city as an integral part of the maintenance in our public realm. I chose to live near the downtown because I thought it would be easier to live without depending on the car. I walk and bike regularly from my house to go to work, to access goods and services, and for recreation. And I need safe sidewalks all year round. Winter walking has been the greatest barrier to walkability. Last winter, the city had plows clearing the sidewalks of snow in my neighborhood with great results. The plows showed up promptly after a snowfall, and they were thorough in clearing the sidewalks and windrows at the street corners, greatly improving safety and accessibility at intersections. Your pilot project proved that it's possible to have safe sidewalks in the winter. Tweaking the city's bylaws, asking residents to clear their sidewalks, increasing enforcement, and simplifying the way for neighbors to report on each other never achieved the results that we experienced last winter. And never before had there been a mechanism for ensuring cleared windrows at intersections. When you provide this service, you do much more than just clear the sidewalk in front of my house. What all of us are really getting is safe access to anywhere we wish to walk in the city. It baffles me how drivers can take for granted that they can drive wherever and whenever they want, and yet pedestrians in the city are still, after many years, asking to have the same level of service extended to them. I didn't grow up having to walk on snowy and slippery sidewalks. When I see those who seem at ease walking on icy sidewalks, taking slips in their strides without missing a beat, I wonder if this is a secret Canadian superpower. For those who take their superpowers for granted, it's important to let you know that for many others, slippery sidewalks are truly frightening. For the first time since living here, I was injury-free by the end of last winter. Over the years, I have hurt just about every joint in my body by slipping on the ice on the city's sidewalks. It takes the spring and summer just to heal. And I think every year it just takes a little longer. It's daunting when each winter week begins, wondering how I will be injured this time around. And yes, I regularly use a pair of ice grippers on my boots. The pilot project in my neighborhood last year showed us all that it's possible for the city of Kitchener to uphold the right of pedestrians of all ages and abilities to safe walking conditions and to maintain sidewalks that give pedestrians safe and convenient passage all year. This helps fulfill the commitment made by the city to its citizens in adopting the pedestrian charter. Being able to walk safely in the winter is not a want or a nice to have, it's a need, every much as important as cleared roadways. I hope that one day everyone, regardless of age or ability, can take this important aspect of our quality of life for granted. I ask you to support city-led snow clearing of sidewalks and make it possible for everyone to finally walk safely in the winter throughout the city's streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santos. Are there any questions for the delegation? There don't appear to be any, so thank you for coming in this evening.
Well, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Our next delegation was Myron Steinman, but he's provided written comments which have been circulated to council. Then our next delegation in person is Daniel Brotherston.
Hello.
Welcome, Daniel.
Thanks. Perfect. Sorry, I think I missed the introduction just because it was switching me on. I'm Daniel Brotherston, and good evening, Council and Chair. You've all heard me speak on this issue many times in the past. I won't bother repeating why I feel it's important to have clear sidewalks. We're all past that point, and I think everyone
if you come out of here, you got to keep that
Oh,
closed.
Councillor Marsh, can you mute yourself? Actually, I muted you. Go ahead.
I'm very happy today that we're discussing a report that empirically measures several options for clearing sidewalks. I fought for years to get to this point, and I believe it's important to base our policies on evidence. It's the only way that we can know what will be effective and how best to achieve the goals we want for our city. Now, the only thing I want to ask you guys tonight is to listen to that evidence. The staff report shows a 60% decrease in the bad sidewalks as a result of the city sidewalk clearing over proactive bylaw enforcement. Remember, the proactive bylaw enforcement applied to the whole city, so any comparison was to that policy. This is a huge improvement, and it conclusively proves that city sidewalk clearing is far, far more effective than proactive bylaw enforcement or no bylaw enforcement as the status quo. This clearly shows that a city which cares about maintaining winter access to its sidewalks should invest in city sidewalk clearing. And according to our pedestrian charter, we are such a city. The data gathered in the surveys also shows that those who received the service supported it, and more explicitly supported paying for it. I imagine they'll be disappointed to return to uncleared sidewalks this winter. The only question left is how to pay for it, and I suppose whether we think maintaining pedestrian access is worth the cost, and I certainly do believe that it is worth the cost. In terms of whether it is worth the cost, we're willing to spend that money to clear tiny side streets for cars. We should be willing to pay the same for pedestrians. In terms of how to pay, I know this is a challenging year for our budget with the difficulties that COVID has brought. Fortunately, the staff's proposal has limited budgetary implications on the 2021 fiscal year, as this year seems to revolve around planning and sidewalk repair. But in the following years, we will clearly need to find the money. This will be a challenge for the city, but there's already strong evidence that people will support paying for it when they experience the service. We may also wish to mitigate that cost, and we should look at planning to the future in that regard. There are many expensive projects which may not necessarily make sense in a city focused away from the car. But that's a decision for another day. I understand the budget is not under discussion today. Today, we're deciding whether or not we should listen to the evidence and prioritize clearing our sidewalks. And I strongly urge you to do so this year. The data makes it very clear how to achieve clear sidewalks. Thank you for your time tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, and we do have some questions for you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you for muting me. I was trying to parent and make sure the puppy didn't get out at the same time. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, and I'm sorry, Dan. I really do. I was listening. It just was a little moment. Anyway, look, my question to you is, I think you live adjacent or nearby the pilot area, if I'm not mistaken. Can you tell me your experience of the sidewalks?
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, I do live adjacent to the clearing area, the pilot area. I also live adjacent to the downtown Kitchener clearing zone, and in fact, I am in that zone and see that on my taxes. This year, for the first time, I had my baby daughter, and so I was pushing a stroller, and that actually is a different experience. I was frustrated by the sidewalks before, but as a relatively young, physically able person, I could manage them. With pushing a stroller, it's a completely different experience. I needed my partner with me to carry the stroller over windrows that weren't cleared or sidewalks that were icy or otherwise impassable. Sometimes I had to go on the road. I did not experience that once in the pilot area. But if I left the pilot area to go the other direction, I had doctor's appointments, other things I had to get to. It was a regular occurrence, and as it was prior to the pilot in the pilot area as well. So from my perspective, personal experience, the pilot area was nearly flawless. There was, occasions when it wasn't cleared, in the middle of a storm, but I wasn't about to go out at that time. But very quickly after snowfall, it was perfectly acceptable and perfectly accessible to me.
Okay, so I just caught, though, I want to just emphasize, you said that as a property owner in that catchment area that BIA property owners need to pay extra for, you as a residential property owner also pay extra. And so can you foresee an option where a section of the city that has demonstrated or said that they want to pay for sidewalk snow clearing could potentially have a separate levy, separate from the rest of the city, to pay for that service?
Yep. So that is indeed the situation I am in now. So the downtown clearing area, however it was organized with the BIA, does apply as well to residential property owners such as myself, and it appears on my taxes. And I think as a strategy for rolling out improved sidewalk clearing, that is an excellent strategy. If you have pilot areas such as the one that was seen last winter, they have now experienced it. Now they could, they are in favor of receiving that service. They could be billed separately for it each year. And then you could potentially try rolling it out to other areas as well. That is certainly a valid strategy, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. And again, my apologies for my outburst.
No problem.
Okay, those are all the questions. Thanks, Mr. Brotherson.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Ms. Brenda Robinson on the same issue.
Hello.
Hi, welcome, Ms. Robinson.
Hi. My name's Brenda Robinson, and I am a co-chairperson for the Grand River Association, or Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm going to hopefully give you a little bit of a different perspective than what you've been hearing on sidewalk clearing. So so the purpose of Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act is to improve opportunities for persons with disabilities and to provide for their involvement in the identification, removal, and prevention of barriers to their full participation in the life of the province. From thence comes the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee. Our mission statement says that the members shall assist the participating municipalities in fulfilling the purpose of the legislation by providing vision and advice in regard to the identification, prevention, and removal of barriers. So as part of that, in January of 2017, GRAC introduced a position paper on sidewalk snow removal to Kitchener Council. Should be noted, we did send it to all of the other municipalities also. In it, we advised the council that many of our citizens opt to stay home because the risk of going outdoor in snowy weather is just too great. We advised that by having sidewalks cleared by the city, this position was supportive of growing an inclusive environment for people with disabilities, seniors, and interestingly, parents pushing strollers. Fast forward to present. The goals within the Kitchener Strategic Plan 2019 to 2022 represent the shared vision of our community and council. Together, we will build an innovative, caring, and vibrant Kitchener. I'm assuming that all of you guys know all about this stuff. There are several priorities that were identified that I would like to discuss that have relevance to GRAC's position on sidewalk snow removal. The first is people-friendly transportation. As defined by, transform how people move through the city by making the transportation network safe, convenient, comfortable, and connected. When one looks through the lens of a person who may use aids for transportation, like a cane, a walker, wheelchair, or scooter, active transportation is having access to sidewalks or trails that are in good repair, clear of obstacles, and obviously free of snow and ice during the winter. The second priority to look at is care and community, as defined by enhance people's sense of belonging and connection by providing welcoming community spaces and programs, better engaging, serving and supporting our diverse populations, and helping to make housing affordable. Again, looking through this enhanced accessibility lens as above, if you are unable to get to programs or even to accessible transportation because snow is not cleared or not cleared wide enough for your method of active transportation, you will not be able to participate as others in your community. GRAC has not been able to discuss the results of the pilot project because we did not meet during the summer. But I do understand the results of the project and its implication for the citizens in general of Kitchener. However, again, as we apply a lens of accessibility to these results, we again do not believe that the resultant decisions will ensure that all people in the community will have equal access to active transportation and ability to participate fully in their community. And I think some of the previous speakers have discussed some of those issues that people are facing and some of the advantages of having that cleared snow. It is my hope that by applying a lens of accessibility to Kitchener's current strategic plan, it may give you some more information to make decisions with regards to snow removal. Lastly, I'd like to leave you with this quote from Mahatma Gandhi. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Thank you very much for coming in today, and it does not look like there's any questions for you. So thank you for coming and bringing the perspectives of GRAC to us.
Thank you.
And our last delegation is Grant Vickers.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Oh, yeah, okay. I wasn't too sure if I was back on.
You are welcome, Mr. Vickers.
Yeah, thank you much. yeah, as you know, I'm calling in regards to, or speaking in regards to the snow removal project. And you, in the past, you've tried it and it kind of flopped. With saying that, it sounds like a lot of money when you've got another crisis, which is the homeless. Like, I would think if you've got that much money, that should be going towards there. I used to do volunteer work with this other organization that used to have volunteers shovel people's snow, which was called Raise Home Support for the Elderly. Now, I know they don't do it anymore, but there's another agency, is there not, called something like Angels, that do it? And can you not yourself as city council go toward, talk to them and say, you know what, we've got a real bad affected area here that needs snow removal. Can you not get volunteers to do it?
So, Mr. Vickers, is that the end of your presentation, or do you still have some more?
That's all I had. I wasn't too sure what you thought about that, or if you've heard about this Angel organization that does help with seniors that have trouble with their snow removal. Because like I said, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to tell you. So I haven't heard about the Angels, but what I have heard is Raise Home Support actually merged with a number of other organizations, and they're now known as Community Support Connections. Okay. And they provide a variety of services to residents in the community, and including meal delivery and driving people to doctor's appointments, as well as connecting them with those who could clean their property from a snow perspective. So it's an organization called Community Support Connections that people could reach out to, in addition to the things that we tried with the pilot and that are being considered this evening.
Okay, if you got that much money for that, why not put it towards the homeless people? And you already said it's community connections. Could you not get in touch with community connections and say, you know what, we want to start this pilot project, but we don't have it right now in the budget. We have these other important things that need to be dealt with.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. I mean, that's part of the debate that council will no doubt have this evening as they look at these different issues. So thank you. There don't appear to be any other questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to come in this evening.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, council, that is the extent of delegations this evening, and this was on the Finance and Corporate Services Committee report. So I will turn it over to you, Chair Davey, to bring the recommendation forward.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gazzola that item 1 of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted.
Okay. Any discussion? There is. Councillor Singh, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question of staff, if you could allow it after the delegation.
Yeah, sorry, actually, I should have asked for questions of staff first. So we'll do that. My apologies. Councillor Singh, go ahead, and then I'll check with the others.
Yes, thank you. I think it was through even Councillor Marsh who kind of raised the idea about the fact that obviously there's issue at hand of applying a levy as part of the pilot project, where it's easier to do, where it's a definitive service rather than just a temporary service. What would staff consider the feasibility or even advisability, if it's a good idea or not? But if ward councillors, some that are quite supportive of the endeavor of the city of Kitchener taking on full responsibility of cleaning all the sidewalks throughout the city, rather if they want to advocate on behalf of their ward residents for their defined geographical areas and choose to support snow clearing, for that ward, and obviously for the taxes for those residents in that geographical area would automatically go up accordingly. Have staff ever even considered that as an idea, or what is the feasibility of running a program such as this? So just as an example, because I've heard such support through comments and questions leading up to this meeting from Councillor Marsh as well as Councillor Chapman, just as an example, if they were to say, we definitely want snow clearing of sidewalks within the downtown and its core and the two wards 10 and 9, could a special levy program be put in place for those two areas?
So through the chair, I'll maybe start, and then Ms. McGoldrick can maybe speak to the operational issues associated with that approach. In terms of introducing an area rating or special levy, it is something that can be done, as I indicated at committee. It would have to be based on a geographical area with that being defined in terms of a bylaw that council would have to pass. It would be a permanent option, so it'd be something that if council wanted to move forward with that as an option, it would not be something that would be available in terms of looking at a pilot scenario. So I just wanted to make that clear again. And when you do pass a special area rating, it has to be a service that's being provided in an area of the city that's not being provided elsewhere. And so it has to be clear on that. And anyone that would be within that area would not be able to opt out. So there would be no option for certain members within a geographical area not to have a charge put on their property tax bill associated with that service.
Thank you.
Ms. McGoldrick, did you want to add anything?
Maybe I'll just add, because the question was whether staff had considered
even the operational feasibility as well. I was just wondering if staff during the review process and consultation, if that idea was ever even entertained, but more importantly, I think if the focus can be on the operational feasibility, that would be good as well.
Yeah, so staff did not consider area-based levies. We were looking more at, in terms of your approach around exploring different areas of the city that would benefit from sidewalk clearing more along a priority route. So looking at rationale in terms of the provision of the service as opposed to a patchwork of who receives the service and who doesn't. So that would be staff's caution, is that
it's not ideal.
Yeah,
I get that, but again, some want it more than others, so that's why I asked. But the feasibility, the operational feasibility, could it be possible?
we would look, in terms of the operational feasibility, it is possible. We would look for that continuous route so that there wouldn't be the stops and starts and inefficiencies. So it'd be area-based within the parameters of a route.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I've asked so many questions leading up to this, so there's nothing really more. This was the only additional thing that was kind of rattling around in my head. I look forward to hearing comments from my colleagues, and then I'll ring back for my comment as well. Thank you.
Okay, there's 3 other people in the queue. Did any of you have questions, or are you all comments? Councillor Davey, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, just one question with respect to the proactive bylaw. One of the issues I have with it is that there isn't a whole lot of officers that are able to be out doing the proactive because it's 4 people for an entire city. So my question was, number one is, I don't recall from the report, but would it be possible for us to restrict those bylaw officers to monitor those high priority areas of the city, the high traffic areas of the city that access transit?
Mr. Lobley?
Good evening to you, Mr. Chair. It would. The way in which we implemented the proactive bylaw enforcement program this last winter was to target, and we targeted about 450 kilometers, or about a third of the city or so this year. And we could change the way in which we direct the targeting of the bylaw enforcement services over subsequent years, and that could change from one year to the next. This past year, the pilot focused on sidewalks in and around school zones and shopping plazas and community centres.
Yeah, I think that's worthwhile. Instead of focusing on, crescents and cul-de-sacs that see much less traffic, we should be focusing on the high priority areas. My other question is, has staff explored the idea of, I don't know where the split is between the staff that we require in the summer versus the winter, but it would be possible to increase or have some split positions where you have some extra bylaw staff during that winter period to increase the maximum number of proactive enforcement inspectors we can have.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have considered the balance of summer and winter staff on an operational side. That was not something that we specifically entertained in terms of the bylaw staff provision. That would be something I'd have to go away and work with Gloria and her team.
Yeah, I think that's worthwhile as well. I really see this as a continual process, but I'll save my comments for comments. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Councillor Chapman and Councillor Gonzalez, do you have questions or?
Questions, yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead. And then I'll go to Councillor Chapman.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. My arm doesn't show in my view here. I don't know what the hell's the matter. I have a few questions of Mr. Lobley. Okay, if I could, I'll try to be quick. On the 2 pilot projects that we did, one was a contracted and one was done by the city. We didn't clear the ramps or the driveways, did we? Just the sidewalks.
Correct, just the sidewalks.
Yeah. Okay. On those assisted programs that we did, about 100 people. Again, was just a sidewalk. We don't do the ramps and the driveways.
On the assisted services program, we do clear the driveway ramp, the sidewalk to the road. We do not clear the private side.
Okay, so you do the ramp. Okay, okay. I've asked you a number of these questions, but if you can give me some idea, I'm referring to the full option, the $10 million option. You stated that the one of the major components of it was about $4.8 million, and I tried to get you to indicate a breakdown between labor, material, and equipment. Can you give me any idea?
I can't specifically right now, but working on the basis of past practice, we normally find that operational matrix is split about 60% towards staff, and the other 40% is split between equipment and materials, the larger chunk of that being equipment.
Okay, the fact that there's capital costs up front, and again, I'm referring to the $10 million project, where there are about $4.5 million in capital projects. That is really irrelevant, isn't it? Because that really doesn't have a direct impact on property taxes, right? The property tax impact is the $10 million, which includes the rental of equipment, even from ourselves. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if I'm understanding your question correctly, the operating dollars do not include the capital. The tax impact does not include the capital. The capital is dealt with separately.
Yeah, and it's really irrelevant because you are including in the operating cost a portion for the capital costs. That's included in the $10 million.
What I can clarify, Councillor Gazzola, is the annual contribution to the equipment reserve funds the replacement of the equipment, not the upfront acquisition. You may recall there's a separate budget line item for additions and upgrades every year, and that would not be sufficient to provide.
No, I appreciate that, but the cost of equipment usage is in the $10 million.
We would need to find $4 million in the capital program to fund the upfront cost. The eventual replacement.
Okay, I just did a quick calculation. We have our own Hertz rental system, basically. I said, well, you know, if we had to borrow the $4.5 million, what would it cost you to borrow $4.5 million for a year? At 1.5% is $60,000. $60,000 to be added into the cost is rather immaterial. Okay, I see a lot of puzzled faces. I'll leave that. Okay.
So through the chair, we don't have that specific information, but what I would say to Mr. Chapman's point is it's not built into our current capital forecast. So it would either require reprioritization of some of the items that are in there, or we would have to fund some of those additional costs if debt was something again, but the debt is restricted in terms of its capital assets that it can fund, and so there would be restrictions there as well.
Okay. Mr. Loadley, I want to go back to the contracted pilot we did last year. And from what I understand, speaking with you during the past couple of weeks, that program cost the city $20 for 4 clearings, 4 times that we had snowfalls over 8 centimeters. That's correct, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
It wasn't
yes.
20,000. Yeah, it wasn't 20,000 each one. It was 20,000.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Gazzola, let's let Mr. Lobley answer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was 20,000 in total, and that covered the 4 clearing events that the contractor came out and did. They went through the route 4 times from one end to the other.
Okay, and the route, the route was 40 kilometers. So if you divide the 40 into the 1,200 kilometers at the rate of $20,000, why wouldn't that give us the figure for going through using that option?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the costs that we incurred with the contractor alone are not the costs of delivering the program in its full amount. So there is a significant amount of costs beyond the contractor's costs that we would incur. So we still have many of the elements that apply to the full service pilot, such as triplet addressing, raising tree branches, and staffing for some of the elements in terms of project management, for example. There'd also be incremental costs in terms of our customer care and our communications. So in addition to the contractor costs, there would also be the city costs that would be incurred over and above that, which have been incorporated into that figure as well. We would also be assuming the minor damages that were done along the outside of the route. So the contractor took responsibility as part of their contract for significant damage done either to the city boulevard or to neighboring property. But as a large part of that is unavoidable, the city retained the responsibility for a large part of the damages done along that route.
Okay, thank you. Just the other question, you may have given us this answer already, but do we know what the pilot that the city carried out, what was the cost of that? Do we have a cost for that or not?
Okay, and this will have to be your last question, Councillor Gazzola, because you're over time already. Mr. Lobley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am just watching to see whether this answer comes through on my screen. It was around about 130,000.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll put my hand up again, okay?
Okay, Councillor Chapman, you don't have questions anymore?
No, they've
Okay.
been answered.
Okay, so Councillor Schneider, Davy, or Singh, are you questions or comments?
I have an amendment to propose.
Okay, I'll let you do that now.
Okay. I spoke to Mr. Lobley about this, and this amendment basically reads that staff increase the available spaces in the assisted services program by 75 spaces in winter 2021 from 100 in winter 29-20, and further, the staff are directed to increase the program by 75 spaces annually until such time as community demand is met. So it's an increase of the assisted services this coming winter, and an increase for the annual people we can add to the service until demand is met.
Okay, great. I will come back to you then for the amendment and the potential seconder. In the meantime, Councillor Michaud, you have questions? Hold on.
I just want to second that amendment.
Okay, that's fine. And do you have questions as well? Councillor Johnson, you have questions. Go ahead.
I actually have, well, I guess an amendment to Councillor Schneider's amendment. It's very similar. I think it would be friendly. Can I suggest that now, or do I need to wait?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm wondering if we can add to that as well would be having our corporate contact center keep records of people who call in, who are asking about the assisted services. And if we don't have, say we do 75 this year, but we get 100 phone calls or something, I would like us to keep track of those numbers so that we know in the future, you know, maybe we need to add another, you know, certain number the next year or something. Is that friendly, Councillor Schneider, to kind of add that so that we can adjust numbers in the future?
I would have to ask clerks about that. I mean, I just wondered.
Well, we don't take friendly amendments, but I guess what I would say is we're really getting into operationalizing Councillor Schneider's motion. And I think the intent of it would be to start adding people until we meet the demand. And so presumably staff would develop an ongoing list as people apply and would come back to it.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Schneider's comment, Davies' comment, Marsh, question or comment? Question, Councillor Marsh, go ahead.
Thank you. I wonder if staff had considered when they were putting together their recommendations, the fact that the representative survey of the residents who received the full snowplow, full snow clearing pilot, 80% said, yeah, I would pay for it. Did staff consider having that section of the city receive the services and pay for it?
Point of clarification.
Go ahead. What's your
Sorry,
point of clarification?
yeah, sorry, 59% said they were in favor of it, not 80. 80% approved of the service, but only 59% were in favor of paying for it.
Okay, I need to reread that section. Sorry about that. That was my. So I still can ask the question though. Was that a consideration?
Mr. Lobley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, both Councillors Marsh and Davey are accurate there, actually. Councillor Davey refers to the statistically valid citywide survey, which indicated only 54% of people were willing, 54% of people supported the status quo. and only 39% would support an additional tax increase to move to one of the other programs. Councillor Marsh is correct, however, that in the non-representative survey, which was done on a before and after basis, not statistically valid, we saw 80% support, and yes, there was about a 60% approval for a tax increase of the magnitude when we told them in the after survey. So the two surveys were different. The one that was done in either one of the two pilot areas, we would not be able to claim was statistically valid because it was simply up to residents whether or not they chose to participate in that.
Well, that just complicates things. So that's fine. I also wanted to know if I didn't catch the tail end of what Councillor Davey was asking when he was asking about trying to have more staff dedicated to doing proactive bylaw enforcement. Was that the idea to increase the number of staff as well as to focus on the priority routes? Because I'm interested if we are indeed going in the direction of not having a sidewalk snow clearing anywhere, or if we had a pilot, that's one thing. But if we were to say, okay, we're gonna make sure that we do proactive enforcement, 4 people isn't enough. And so, yeah. So, Councillor Davey, can you clarify what you asked, what you were looking for, and staff, can you ask if that's a possibility?
So I don't want to complicate things too much, but I was considering an amendment of number 1 in the short term, having the proactive enforcement be on priority routes. And I was perhaps going to refer to budget that staff look at opportunities to at least partial for part-time, increasing the total number of people that are able to do the proactive enforcement.
Yeah, I would support looking at more bodies out there, making sure that we have not just on the priority routes, but on all the routes, because as Ms. Robinson indicated and Ms. Devereaux indicated, anybody who's living anywhere in the city, not just on a priority route, is going to have a hard time getting out of their home down the sidewalk if there are sidewalks that are not cleared. So we need to keep that in mind too. So at this point, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chapman, your questions now?
Well, I'd like to bring a motion forward.
Well, there's already a motion and an amendment on the floor. Sorry?
What do I call it?
Well, what are you trying to do?
Well, so the way I'll frame it first, that in the interest of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and in an attempt to ensure that seniors, people with mobility issues and disabilities, and parents with strollers are able to navigate safely through the streets of Kitchener in the wintertime, I'd like to move that the city take on full service winter sidewalk maintenance.
Okay, so that motion would be contrary to the motions on the floor at this point in time. So we would need to deal with the motions that are on the floor, and if they're not successful, then we would come back. We could come back to your motion.
So only if they're not successful?
I think it's contrary to what's on the floor right now. So yeah, it would have to be voted down.
But wouldn't mine be voted down first before we get to that final one? Or what's the order of things?
Well, no, because yours isn't really an amendment. It's contrary to what's being proposed here.
Okay, I don't know how this works, but that's the motion. If it's possible, I would like to bring that forward.
Okay, so the process would be that if this doesn't carry, then we would come to your motion. Questions? Councillor Singh, are you questions or comments? You're not on, Councillor Singh.
Device had power down when Councillor Schneider brought forward his motion. Can I just have him repeat, and then I'll just make comment afterwards?
Sorry, Councillor Schneider, go ahead.
Sure.
Chairman.
Paul, it's that staff increase the available spaces on the Assisted Services Program by 75 spaces in winter 2020-21 from 100 in winter 2019-20, and further that staff are directed to increase the program by 75 spaces annually until such time as community demand is met.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, you wanted to come back with more questions.
I have 3 more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then I'll never ask Neil another question.
No.
Mr. Lovely, in 2019, we had 100 assisted properties. Is that correct? And right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct. We had 100 spaces. We actually managed to get 105 people in this year by the end of winter, due to the fact we didn't have everybody signed up at the beginning. But yes, 100 places.
And what was the cost to the city of providing that service?
60,000. 60,000.
Okay, you told me 70 before, but okay, 60 or 70. Okay, I just wanted to clear that. Now, do you have any idea, and I've asked you this, but do you have any idea how many spaces there would really be in the city if we were able to provide that service to everyone that fit the category?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we don't at this point have any idea as to what the need of that program would be. What we do know is that we easily filled the program in its first pilot year. We easily filled the pilot program in its second pilot year. And in discussion with advisory committees such as Max and GRAC, we know that we have not done a fulsome job of promoting that program widely across the city. And we have several members of the community that have come forward with ways in which we could do a better job of promoting that program. So staff are confident that we haven't yet tapped into the community need for that program, which is why we suggested growing it both in the short term and on an ongoing basis.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I wish that if I could ask you for a guess, okay, how many properties there might be. What do we have 90,000 properties, I think, in the city. How many do you think? I'm going out and asking you for a guess, and I guess that's not fair. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Okay, my last question is with the snow loading on curb face sidewalks. One of the figures in the $10 million project, there's a substantial figure to deal with that issue. Is that correct?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So to what extent do we already do that? Do we not have to do that under the current conditions? Do we not do some of that already?
The extent to which we do it at the minute is negligible. Staff, currently the city's responsibilities for sidewalks outside of the downtown core, but outside of the downtown core itself, the city's responsibilities for sidewalks have minimal curb face sidewalk that we have to deal with. And so the only time that we deal with curb face sidewalk is as a result of plow-in requests by residents, which is a relatively minor element undertaken after snow events have been completed.
Do we clear any windrows now? I thought somewhere along the line you stated that we're clearing windrows. Do we do any of that already?
The city is responsible for some windrow clearing. It's at some intersections where the city has responsibility for the intersection, where we will undertake windrow clearing in those areas. And again, we do windrow clearing in the downtown.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gazzola. So we are now, we have Councillor Davies' motion and Councillor Schneider's amendment on the floor. Both have been moved and seconded. I've got 2 people in the queue to speak, 3 people in the queue to speak. Councillor Davey, I presume you want the first word or the last word? Last? Okay, Councillor Singh then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is obviously a difficult position for council to be in, to be at that fork in the road and deciding the best course to take. It's quite clear, even in, with the statistically valid survey, that the community itself is divided. Only 54% people have already said that they would not be supportive, or they would be supportive, but of the service, but not necessarily many of them willing to want to pay for it. This is a program that would add considerable value. It would, address the needs of the most vulnerable in a community. There is no doubt to that. But at the end of the day, it is our job to balance the priority. There is no question that, it would be great to have additional community centers, more so than we have right now. There's no question that it would be safer for our community to have more fire halls so that response time can be even quicker than it is right now. It's no question we could use more libraries, we could have better park equipment, we could have better and longer trails that are better managed. We focus on the priorities that we do, not because those are the only important ones. It's because we try to address and balance the needs of the community of what we can afford. Especially in a time right now, as advisable or as decent as it may seem to want to do this on behalf of our residents so that we have more walkability within our community, the cost of it, of that $70 plus increase and then some, as costs would continue to rise due to inflationary costs and staffing costs, and of course the capital need to administer a program of this magnitude, the costs are just too prohibitive. I'm supportive of the direction that we're taking with Councillor Davies' motion and then Councillor Schneider's amendment. We are being cognizant of the need, and I'm glad that Councillor Schneider put that suggestion forward, that we can continue on broadening the program of those that cannot just do it themselves and have no other available means, that we show some compassion and we try to administer a program to assist those seniors or those vulnerable members of the community. And in a partnership approach where the City of Kitchener partners with its citizens to ensure that they take this responsibility on, continue on, taking on this responsibility in clearing the sidewalk in front of their property. We need to ensure that there is better proactive enforcement of the bylaws that are already enforced. We need to ensure that the appropriate resources are on hand as well. They don't necessarily need to be with full-time hires. With the part-time hires specific to the winter, I think is a way for us to serve that purpose, to ensure that there's more compliance of the snow clearing bylaw. Perhaps as time goes, we should look at a way in which we can deputize some of our other city staff that could help with that bylaw enforcement, so we can have reprioritization in the times that we need to. I think this is the sound and right direction to take. I will put out there though, and this is why I asked staff the question. I appreciate that there is opposing view on this by others members of council, irrespective of what the economic climate may be. They see a very strong desire to see this level of service provided to the residents that they represent. I think regardless of whichever direction we take, what passes, perhaps the door should be kept open and discussion going forward. And if they want to have proactive snow clearing by the city in their respective wards, and if a program like that can be administered, I think suggestions that should be still open on the table and allow them to bring that suggestion for the residents that they represent. And I can go on the record and saying, if someone wants to say, I want snow clearing in my ward, I will absolutely support you. But I think for now, in having to take a direction I think what's on the table in the motion through Councillor Davey and Councillor Schneider are the sound directions to take.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Did I get to second all of a sudden? That was fine. I just.
Well, no, because you were second in the queue after Councillor Davey, who wants the last word.
Well, there are a number of people with their hands up. Have they?
They're after you on the list, Councillor Gazzola. Let's
Okay,
go.
Okay.
We have other delegations going still, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I've looked very closely at this, and I want to start off by saying that I don't usually like to thank staff in public. I like to do it privately when they go out of their way above and beyond. And I really have to thank Mr. Lovely, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing the name, but I asked Mr. Lovely at least 25, 35 questions over the past 2 weeks, and he responded very quickly to me and with very full responses. So I do really appreciate the information that I was able to get from him. He really, it's a big issue, and there's a lot of money involved. And I felt that the detail was there, and whatever wasn't there, I was able to get from him. So I do appreciate that. And I 2 weeks ago, I voted no. I was voting, my no was that I'm not in favor of any more pilot projects. I think we've done enough pilot projects. We've been studying this for I don't know how long. And I think we have a great deal of information, and I have found from talking to staff that yes, they have a lot of information. I would have liked to have had a little more information on other cities as to what their experience is. And I'm surprised after that presentation tonight how we have this caliber of data that we can compare, but we didn't seem to have any for this issue, which is a fairly big issue in our municipality. Last week, or when we discussed it, I stated that I can really appreciate the question that everyone uses or needs to use our sidewalks and our roads. And I really understand the importance of it, and I can appreciate how hard it is for people to get around in the wintertime, especially seniors and people with accessibility problems. And you know, we need to do more. We need to do better for them. I did see, I think from the studies, that no matter what we did, it's going to be difficult to be perfect. So there will always be problems. I think the biggest issue we have to deal with is to make sure the rules are enforced. So on that point, I would support whatever we can do to help people with the assisted programs and people with accessibility problems. I would support opening it up wide open, because I think that's an area that I think we can do. We can get a lot of effort, a lot of results from that. And I think policing, I think it's worked. I'd be in favor of whatever else we can do in that area. We need to be better than where we've been in order to try to help all of our residents. Unfortunately, I can't support any of the options because they are just too expensive. If I would be willing to consider supporting some of the options, but then we have to go back and look at all our priorities and what do we not do if we're going to go ahead with those options. And unfortunately, we've studied it now, and we've studied it for quite a while, and the prices are big. And I cannot, stand here for the constituents that I represent. I cannot support it. As a matter of fact, last week I went in and checked the assessments on 60 of the properties in the ward that I represent. I took 4 different areas in the city, and it's not a scientific random study, but I did take 4 different areas in the city, checked their assessment, and applied what the increase would be. Now, 50 of the 60 properties would be facing a impact greater than the average of $89 that has been used in our discussions. One sector of the ward that I represent would be facing increased costs of $370, and they don't even have sidewalks.
Councilor Nola, can I ask you to start wrapping up, please? Because it's full 5 minutes already.
I'll just close out by saying that I can tell you that I don't think Ward 3 would want to ever get into a special levy program. Okay, and I at this point I can support any of the assistance that we're considering, There have been a number of suggestions put forward. I can support that, but we just cannot afford the full program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Gazzola. Councilor Marsh, you're next.
Thank you. I want to say that I had come into this discussion with the thought of proposing that we investigate having the pilot area that was not in my ward be able to have the option to opt in to pay a levy. And I still think that is something that we should be considering, but I don't think that we can do that without having a statistically relevant survey result that is high level of positive feedback. So that's disappointing, but I absolutely will support Councillor Schneider's motion. I think it's wise. I think it's the right thing to do, and and I too, like many comments that have been made till now, I feel that we need to do better. We can do better, and we need to use some of the other tools other than a full-fledged sidewalk snow clearing in the context of our financial challenges during COVID. We cannot even consider the idea of having the whole city be cleared without really jeopardizing some of the people who are on the edge, who are property owners who have a fixed income and are struggling right now, or don't have an income, don't have a job because of COVID. These are things that we need to balance with the other issue, which is, of course, this is an equity issue. We do need to make sure that we have an improvement every year of making sure that more and more people, more and more sidewalks are clear all the time. And I think we have other ways to do that. And so I will talk to Councillor Davey about bringing forward something for the budget to find ways that we can have more proactive enforcement, and perhaps even within a shorter time period than the 24 hours after the end of the snowfall. But for now, I'm happy to support where we're at.
Councillor Johnson. No, you're muted, Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, you'd think 6 months in, I would have got that right by now. I just wanted to thank my councillor colleagues who've made some really great points tonight. So I'll be brief. I grew up in a community where we did have snow clearing. I grew up in Peterborough. I assumed whenever I moved here to go to this community to go to university that everybody had their sidewalks cleared, and I was in for a rude surprise that was not the case. So I must say that I have been able to enjoy that service in the past. That being said, we just do not have the money right now to do that, and I think it would be an unfair burden on people who, as Councillor Marsh was saying, really are just holding on at the moment. So it would not be fair to do that. And as Councillor Singh was saying earlier, though, we need to have a partnership approach with our residents. We need to go out and do our shoveling. We need to do the right thing. We need to be helping our neighbors who can't necessarily do the shoveling themselves. I know I do a neighbor's house myself whenever I go out to do my own shoveling. We need to look at this as a partnership. We know as a community it's not something that we can afford at the moment. It is so very important, though, for us to have clean sidewalks. So I don't want us to get away from that piece, that there is still an expectation that our sidewalks need to be cleared. So we need to be working together with our neighbors and make sure that that gets done. Because it's not fair for people to not be able to get around the city on our sidewalks. I'm a pedestrian. I have a dog, and I do walk our neighborhoods a lot. And I expect that everybody should be clearing their sidewalks. So let's look at it as a partnership approach. Let's do the right thing. And we're such a great community at taking things on and getting things done and having a good spirit of cooperation that I'm hoping that that's what we see as we move forward here. And certainly I'm in support of Councillor Schneider's motion. And again, if there is a way of us keeping track of numbers so that we can look to expand the supported assistance program as needed. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Thank you. I just want to take a quick opportunity to thank staff. There's been a tremendous amount of work that has gone into this program, more than I think anything we've done over the last 5 years. We've studied this a lot, and there's been a lot of hard work and effort, and I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have already said, so I'll try and be brief, but it's true, the timing is against us right now with COVID. We can't take on an expense of this nature at this time. Having said that, I also agree with Councillor Gazzola that the average wouldn't necessarily be $89. I think a lot of people would be paying a lot higher than $89 per year, and in fact could probably find a service that would potentially do a better job and at a lesser cost if they contracted out their own service. I know that from the majority of the people that I heard from outside of what we heard tonight, most people were not in favor of a full sidewalk plow. And so I lean on a lot of that information in those emails that I received. And it was interesting to see the majority of the demographic that came out were some older adults that gave their feedback, and they're more than happy and more than willing to clear their sidewalks. I understand that there is members of our community that struggle in the wintertime. I think we all have to do our part. I agree with Councillor Johnson that it should be looked at as a partnership. We need to partner with the residents and make sure that we're doing a good job in helping those who are unable to clear. I've believed from pretty much the get-go, and we started studying this a few years ago, that proactive bylaw was the way to go. I still agree with that. I think beefing up that program is definitely something that I'd be willing to look at. And I also support Councillor Schneider's motion with respect to the assisted program. Anything we can do to help out residents. And at the end of the day, I think we'll work towards a better community and a better system for everybody in sidewalk snow clearing. So those are my comments. And again, just a quick thank you again to staff for all their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Still Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. I just echo most of the comments that have been made by the other members of council. But one of the things, and I'm just happy with the direction that this is going. But one of the things I just want to be cognizant for council is when we do have this proactive bylaw. One of the concerns that I have is bylaw officials, leaving notices on residents' houses that probably in most people's terms did a significant job in clearing their snow, and I want the proactive bylaw to be targeting the houses that consistently do not clear their snow, and I don't want to see our bylaw just putting notices in because they saw a few houses in, but these are the houses that time again. I know it's hard for them to judge this, but I think we all know who are those houses that are consistently not clearing their snow. So that's what I think we should be focusing on. And one of the things that I do really appreciate is I really appreciate with Councillor Schneider's motion, because I think that's what I heard loud and clear from a lot of residents as well. That they're willing to support their tax dollars to go to services that will help those individuals that are not capable. And I'm glad we're going in that direction. And so that's why I'm willing, and I'm happy that Councillor Davey had mentioned about targeting the priority routes, because I think that's where if bylaw focuses on those houses that constantly do not follow clear their snow and do the priority routes, I think we will go a long way in having clear sidewalks.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis. Before I go to Councillor Davey, Councillors Chapman or Singh, did you want to say anything or?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah. I'm not going to withdraw my motion, but I do feel
to be clear, there is no motion yet on the floor.
I know, but whatever you want to call what I said.
Okay.
Maybe it's not a motion. I don't know, but I do feel that it's I understand the argument that given the burden that COVID has put on our budget. And if I have any reservations with my proposal that we do the full clearing, it's that. But I do think that just as people are trying to make sense of the world as it currently exists, people like our aging population and people with disabilities are feeling the crunch in so many ways that being locked in the winter is not something that I would wish on anybody. So I am somewhat disappointed that we're not taking a bolder position on this. I trust staff has ways to work numbers. They do amazing jobs with working numbers, right? To make sure that things can be costed out and projects can move forward. Throughout the budget year, there are always new projects that come forward, and we're spending thousands of dollars in different places. So I think that I find it disappointing somewhat and unfortunate that to me I don't want to see another pilot project either. I think this has to be put to rest. I think it predates my term on council. And it just seems like we wouldn't be alone in the world if we were to clear our sidewalks. It's done in many cities across the country. And there's nothing more I can say, really. I think I'm a big believer that nobody should be left behind. And it's not about me as an individual. Yes, I can shovel my sidewalk. And I love shoveling my sidewalk. It's exercise for me. But there are people that can't do that. And it's not even about their sidewalk. It's about them being able to move down the sidewalks freely and easily. So I won't take any more time, but those are my comments.
Okay, last call for others before I make my comments and Councillor Davey makes his. Anybody else? No? Okay. So I'll make my comments. This, without a doubt, is a very tough issue, as many of you have articulated, and one that I struggle with, because I certainly have some very strong views that I articulated last year and that I continue to hold in terms of the kind of community we want to build in terms of accessibility in the long run. You know, I think, as has been pointed out, there are many who, because of age, because of physical limitations, because of you know, other issues, because of mobility challenges and so on, who really need to be able to rely on the ability to get around the city with the knowledge that not only are our roads passable, but that our sidewalks are passable as well. Wehowever, dealing with this issue, as has been pointed out this year, is a challenging one. And it's a challenging one because of all of the pressures that we've already dealt with under COVID, and quite frankly, the unknowns as we go forward. And in my mind, you know, while we look at issues of equity and inclusion and so on the sidewalk issue, there's so many other areas that we're going to be faced with dealing with this, some of which we've talked about tonight. The need to ensure that there's roofs over people's heads, and the pressures in that regard are going to only grow in the foreseeable future. And we're going to need to step up, because no order of government can do it on its own. It needs to be a partnership of all four orders of government, with the private sector, with the not-for-profit sector and others. We know that as a city, we're going to have to look at things of how do we support our residents as a community as we deal with the mental health impact of COVID-19. And while that isn't a direct responsibility, we're going to need to deal with that in the coming months. We're going to need to look at how do we partner with provincial and federal governments around programs to help create jobs and get people working again, economic stimulus. That's going to be important. We're going to need to ensure that at the end of all this, that we come out with some sort of arts and culture sector that right now has been decimated. And yet that is the sector that for hundreds of years has linked us as a society. And so while fundamentally I think we do need to look at this issue, we need to address it better, right now is not the time to take this major leap with the costs that are associated with it, with the cost pressures that we have on our budget, the fact that we've only partially seen that recovered up till now, for this year only thus far. And, you know, I think the motion that's before us really looks to build on that partnership with the community that's been spoken of, looks to focus, you know, and I think Councillor Davies' motion speaks about key routes. I think of schools, transit stops, retail areas, around places of worship and so on, and the, you know, the sidewalks that connect to there. Those in my mind are some of the priority routes in our community. And so I think we need to focus on that. I think we can look at more proactive enforcement as part of the budget. And I think Councillor Schneider's amendment, which looks at adding those extra spots to support those with the biggest challenges in terms of access to services, is the appropriate place to invest the dollars at this time. That doesn't mean that we can't come back and look at this, but in the meantime, I believe, based on the circumstances today, this is the right direction, and so I will support Councillor Davies' motion and Councillor Schneider's amendment. So with that, Councillor Davie, you have the last word.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments about my colleagues on council. I all too want to thank Farron Akosini and Niall Lobley for their work on this. It's been a tremendous amount of work, and it's definitely, I think, steered us in the right direction. I've taken a very public position, I think, on this from the beginning. And what it really boils down to is two things: it's value and equity. I mean, increasingly on the equity side, I used to put all of my eggs in the value side. But, I'm learning more and more to put some of those into the equity side. But no matter how you look at this, it's not a good spend of dollars compared to what else it is that we can do. I put forward some examples on what else we could do with this money. But the reality is, studies have shown, like, some people will think that, $80, $90 a year doesn't impact very many people, but it really does. There's recent studies that said 49% of the population is $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. This impacts them. And it's not just $90, it's on top of our regular inflationary increases, whenever the region increases, and general inflation. Like, these are factors we have to consider when we're going forward. I do want to mention, I think that focusing on priority routes is important at this point. I think the second part, in terms of increasing staff's probably better served by bringing forward an issue paper for staff to look at that at budget time. But I really think that we're going in the right direction on this, and it's an issue that we're not solving today. We're committing today that we're going to keep looking at it as time goes by, because until most of our sidewalks are clean, I don't think anyone around this, there isn't anyone around this virtual horseshoe is going to be happy. So with that, I would thank staff and council for the work on this.
Okay, so I will deal with Councillor Schneider's amendment first.
Recorded votes.
Recorded votes. Okay, so on the amendment, and I'll go backwards because I've been asked to mix it up. Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
Against.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Oh, I mixed you guys up. Sorry. I don't know my math very well at this hour. Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway Seelock.
In favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Favor.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
And Councillor Davie.
In favor.
And I'm in favor, so that is carried. And now the main motion, I'll take it as amended right away. Going the other way around, Councillor Davie.
In favor.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway Seelock.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
Against.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And myself is in favor, so that's carried as well. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all of the delegations for coming in, and thank you to staff for all of your great work on this, as has been pointed out. And we'll continue. I think the common message that you heard from council is our collective commitment to keep this as a priority and see it moving forward. Next item is sorry, I'm just trying to find my cheat sheet. There we go. Is our delegation on my notice of motion. And Councillor Schneider has indicated that since I'm the chair, he's prepared to move it on my behalf when the time comes. But we will hear from the delegation first. But before we do that, I should actually take a motion to go past 11. Sorry, I lost the screen with all of you guys. Moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Mr. Howitt, welcome, and thank you for your patience this evening. Okay. Democracy at its best and reported live by local journalism. We'll turn it over to you.
Right, yes. Well, I hope you don't feel snowed under by that issue, that debate.
No problem. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thanks, Mayor Verbanovic and councillors for having me at the meeting. My name is Chuck Howitt, a former reporter, editor at the Waterloo Region Record. In the spring, not long after the pandemic got underway, a group of about a dozen Record retirees and alumni formed a group called the Ink-Stained Wretches to see if we could do something to alleviate the beleaguered state of the media in Waterloo Region and across Canada. As you are probably aware, the past 20 years or so have not been kind to the media, particularly the print media. The arrival of the internet kicked off a downward slide in advertising revenues that picked up steam during the 2008 and 9 recession and continued pretty much unabated until early this year. Then, out of the blue, we were hit with COVID-19, a pandemic that could leave many more media casualties in its wake. Recognizing the need for action, the federal government commissioned a report in 2016 on possible solutions called the Shattered Mirror, then included $600 million in its 2019 budget in an attempt to stop the wave of media closures. The federal election in the fall of 2019 and the pandemic of 2020 have halted that media aid package. Most of you would undoubtedly agree that journalists have provided a vital service during the COVID outbreak. Indeed, the media was included on the list of essential services for good reason. But if you want the media to survive this latest crisis, there is no time to lose. We believe a grassroots campaign started at the local level and hopefully spreading across the country is needed to convince the federal government to move quickly on the media front once economic activity begins to return to normal. Some of you might feel this issue falls outside council's jurisdiction. Legally, that might be true, but there is no reason why council can't voice an opinion on such matters. There are precedents to back this view. In May, your council approved a motion in support of universal basic income. And last year, you passed a motion to declare a climate emergency. When I covered municipal government in the 1980s, councils across the country passed motions in favor of nuclear disarmament. Since the launch of our campaign, 12 councils representing 1.5 million Canadians have approved our resolution. Every council in Waterloo Region except Kitchener has passed it, as have councils in Hamilton, Windsor, Kingston, LaSalle, and Oxford County. Before you discuss our resolution, a little background on the Ink-Stained Wretches. Our project promotes journalism in all forms, including print, broadcast, and digital. Whereas our campaign is a local grassroots effort, we hope that it will spread across Canada. Our online petition has been endorsed by more than 800 people from every province and territory except Nunavut. We have not sought the blessing of media executives because ours is a grassroots effort happening outside official media circles. They have their own associations and avenues for advocacy. We believe the more voices heard on this issue, the better. We are not asking council for any actions beyond those reflected in the resolution. However, if council chooses to take action, such as writing letters of support to federal elected leaders, various federations of municipalities or other groups, we would be delighted. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chuck. And I think one of the first councils actually that you came to was Region of Waterloo Council to get this adopted, which was fantastic. You know, I think if anything, and council can just indulge me for a moment. I think if anything, this pandemic has demonstrated to us has been the importance of local media to get the best possible local information as we've dealt with issues around the pandemic. And the reality is, and you know, we see it south of the border as well with the quite frankly unfounded attack on the media from the highest levels of government down there. The reality is that local media really is what ultimately protects our democracies. And having a strong media, it helps ensure that the tough questions get asked and that all of us as elected officials and the people that work for our organizations are held accountable. And that's, in my view, someone whose parents immigrated from a former communist country is vitally important. So that's why I, brought it here to our council, and thank you to Councillor Schneider for moving it in this circumstance. Is there someone who's prepared to second it? Councillor Davey, thank you. And we have a few people with comments or questions. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Chuck, thank you for the presentation. As a former fellow record colleague, I'm pretty excited that you and your group have started this initiative or taken this on. No one knows the importance of journalism until you need it, and journalism, the industry has suffered immensely the past, I'm going to say 20 years. We've had a huge hit. We've just seen such a decline in the support. So your initiative, I would absolutely support it. And I just want to, close by saying that honest journalism is a vital service to the well-being of a community, and it makes us accountable. It makes us as politicians accountable. It makes citizens accountable, and it keeps us informed. So I really appreciate what you're doing, and thank you so much for doing that.
Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I'm just comment if that's
yeah.
right. Yeah. I was really happy to see this. I've been talking about it for a while with friends, and I honestly believe, I honestly truly believe that the biggest threat right now to democracy is the fall of trusted journalism. I remember, it was only, less than 10 years ago or so when I was first elected. It was not uncommon to look up when we were dealing with, even a moderately important issue to see a couple of weekly papers, there were a radio or two, and TV. There'd be 4 or 5 media sources covering what we're doing. And now we're lucky, we're lucky to get, 1 or 2 if it's a really important issue. And that really scares me because we deal with some pretty important stuff that really affects people, and they're not made aware of it. And the increasing trend of people being able to selectively hear what news they want to hear forces them in a direction where they don't have a full understanding and comprehension of what's going on in their community. So I don't want to talk about it too long. All I can say is that I'm really happy this is before us, and I'm only too happy to support it.
Great, thanks, Councillor Davey. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just very quickly with comments as well. You know what, your motion made me reflect on a point where a couple of years ago, Richard Florida had visited our community. Richard Florida is a prominent, I guess, speaker on city planning, city building. And during his time here, as he was a panelist, one thing that he said that really resonated in my mind at that point was that he had said that the biggest casualty of the 21st century will likely be, the media and aspect of, lack of accountability by those that we elect into power, and especially at the local level. Far too often, I think, all the good work that we do sometimes gets missed, as well as sometimes where we have some deficits or where we make some mistakes that can also get overlooked. So in consideration of a strong democracy that is strengthened with good accountability, I think that mantle, that burden falls upon, of course, the journalists to hold our those that are in leadership accountable to the actions that they take, and more importantly, also to inform our citizens of what the decisions that are being made. So very glad that you brought this forward, and thanks to the delegation as well for presenting. I think this is something definitely, hopefully, that the federal government and other orders of government will take some importance and look for ways for additional funding, especially in journalism on matters in the local communities. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Sorry about that. Chuck, thank you so much and your fellow Inkstein wretches for bringing this forward. It truly is important, whether the reporting is done in print, on the radio, on television, digitally. You do fact checking, and there is balance. And besides the reporting of the news, there's also stories of inspiration, stories of celebration. You can help bring a community together, inspire a community, console a community. It's a big part of it, and really glad to support this, and hope that, especially as has been mentioned, during a tough time like we've been through with COVID and we're going through, that it's really great to have trusted news sources to get the real stories out there, and the successes and the celebrations as well. So thank you for this. Very proud to support it.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanek, and I want to thank Chuck for his presentation. He did mention a couple of my motions that he brought forward, and that's not the reason why I'm going to support you, but anyways, I think with the rise of social media and the way fake news is developed and all that stuff, local media and just media in general, it needs accountability, as Councillor Schneider had said, and I definitely believe in that. So I'm glad it's here.
Great, thank you. So that appears to be all of the comments. All those in favor, I'm missing someone. All those in favor? Councillor Singh, are you there still? You're in favor, thank you. And I'm in favor, that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Chuck. Thanks to you and all of the retirees for not giving up on that barrel of ink and keeping things going. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, I really appreciate this. Thanks so much. It'll be a big help.
No problem. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we're now at our last delegation for the evening. Mr. Lane Berman, with respect to item 2 on the committee of the whole agenda, the dangerous dog designation appeal. Thank you for your patience, Lane. Is he there? Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry.
There you are.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. Welcome, Lane.
Thank you. Thank you to all councillors, Mayor Verbanek. Thank you for having me today. I did want to speak about the dangerous dog designation and the appeal. I sat through close to 6 hours of testimony during this appeal. I listened to every word. I was really taken by this. This dog appeal process, or the dangerous dog appeal process, I got interested in it because my daughter's best friend was the victim of this attack. She lives within our area, and quite honestly, I was very concerned for my daughter's safety when she visited this house. We had heard that there was a dog bite, but we had no idea how bad this attack was. Councillor Michaud, you were part of the committee. I was actually listening for the entire time. I did not see the photos of the victim. I do know that one of the victims did state that this will forever change his life, seeing those pictures. I have administered first aid to the victim here at our house when she falls off her bike or whatever have you. And I was truly shocked by the damage that was done. It is heartbreaking and brings me to almost tears every single time I see her. Now, there's nothing we can do for her. The fact is that this poor child will have those scars mentally and physically for the rest of her life. But we can do something for other people that protects the safety of our community. One of the things that I was really shocked by was that there's no way of getting any information about this. There was nothing. I called the Humane Society and I said, hey, guys, what's going on with this? Oh, it's the Privacy Act. Nothing can be said because of the Privacy Act. And I asked the councillors, and I'll ask all of you, when do we stop hiding behind the Privacy Act and start asking the questions of public safety? Now, having simple information available on our Kitchener website or on the KW Humane Society website showing where dogs attack happen within the neighborhood or active cases of dog attacks, I don't think we'd be breaking anybody's privacy. I mean, nobody doubts whether or not there was an attack that happened. We all know that it happened. It's more of a question of, why aren't we getting that information out to the residents that live close by? Why aren't the city of Kitchener coming by and telling every one of the residents in the neighborhood? I mean, I think it's a very simple thing. When I have to, when I shut down the street to have an event, I have to get permission from every single person on the street to close the road. Why can't the city of Kitchener go to every single resident and say, hey, there was a dog attack that happened down the road. Just be careful. I asked these questions because I couldn't get answers. I butted heads nonstop with the Humane Society. I just want to get an answer. What is going on? And I kept on hearing Privacy Act, Privacy Act, Privacy Act. And I get it to a degree. I get that our hands are tied, but I think that the city of Kitchener has some flexibility here and to do something to allow us to know what's going on. Maybe we don't need to know the exact dog name and the dog's address, but we should at least know the general vicinity that a dog happened in, and that should be public information. I just want to bring this to everybody's attention because this is something that I came across and I was really shocked. My wife put a post up on Facebook regarding this. She had 80 comments plus, and not one of them was like, oh, well, that's what I would expect to happen. Every single one of them was, I can't believe that dog wasn't put down. And I'm not asking for anybody to put anybody's dogs down. I'm just asking for the city of Kitchener to take steps to make dog attacks like this more public information in the public realm. I would really appreciate all of the councillors supporting this dog appeal, this dangerous dog designation. I can assure you as a citizen of the city that this is definitely a dangerous dog. If you'd like to speak to me privately about it, I'd be happy to tell you more about the actual testimony, but this is a dangerous dog that we need to protect our citizenry against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. We have one question for you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Now, Lane, thank you so much for hanging in for how many hours has this been now? 4 hours. It's almost like at the Dog Designation Appeal Committee. It's although a little less, a little lighter in the topic.
You guys are still better than the Kardashians, so.
Oh, I don't know. I want to thank you for bringing forward your your perspective on this. I too listened to the majority of the testimony. I did see the video, the pictures, and it was shocking, totally shocking, and very hard to watch. I would say that the neighborhood, the kids and the parents of those kids in the neighborhood should have been made more aware that there's a dog nearby that could attack again. And I think that would be this was the most I think dramatic example that officer who just retired had ever seen in all of his career. So we do have to keep that in mind, that a little puppy nip is one thing, but this was a mauling, and this is so I think that any solution that might provide more public information about a general vicinity where a dog attack has taken place should also indicate what the level was, in my opinion. But yeah, Mayor Verbanovic, at the appropriate time, I have a motion with response to Mr. Berman's suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michaud, you have a question?
No, I will second the motion that Sarah's going to make.
Okay. That's it for questions. Thanks, Mr. Berman. So Councillor Marsh.
Okay, great. So basically, I want us to ask staff to come back with some options for a way to provide the public with general information about dog attacks in a vicinity. What I'm picturing is a map, like when you look at a map on Airbnb, for example, you don't know where exactly the location is until you commit. But and so we wouldn't want to make it an exact address by any means, but a couple of block radius so that people know, hey, watch out, just be careful, and also to give this level of severity. I would like to ask staff just basically to come back with information about what we might be able to do quickly and with low cost.
Okay, and that's been seconded by Councillor Michaud. And I think when staff look at it, they can probably look at our pit bull bylaw as an example, because that required pit bull owners. I don't imagine there's any living pit bulls left at the time anymore, but at the time there was actually a sign they had to put in their windows, and that was in place for many years.
That's the pit bull.
Sorry?
I owned the last pit bull, grandfathered pit bull within the city, and I proudly put that sign up, and I signed restricted paperwork because I was responsible for that animal.
Well, thank you, Wayne. So it has been moved and seconded. Any comments? If not, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So that's for that part of it, but now we'll deal with the motion coming on Committee of the Whole with the recommendation from the Dangerous Dog Designation Appeal Committee. Councillors Johnson or Michaud, do one of you want to move it and second it? Councillor Michaud, you're moving it. Councillor Johnson seconding. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried as unanimously. Okay. We'll move on then to the reports of the committees. Councillor Davey, you have one item left on Finance and Corporate Services.
Yes, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gazzola that item number 2 be approved.
Okay, Councillor Chapman, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, well, I have a comment. Should I wait for questions first?
Oh, go ahead. There aren't any.
Okay, so I'm a bit puzzled why we're even talking about this right now when Bill 197 has not yet been proclaimed. It seems like we're kind of jumping the gun because things can change as they have with this bill since its first iteration. So that's one of my concerns. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to that.
Mr. Lautenbach?
So through the chair, the policy that is in front of you for deferral of DCs has actually been proclaimed. So it's not related to Bill 197. Bill 197 is dealing with other changes to the Development Charges Act, but the deferral of DCs was actually passed and put in effect as the beginning of the year on January 1st. And so what the policy is essentially doing is providing an interest rate associated with what those deferrals are. That is really what municipalities can decide. And that's why the policy has been brought forward. In terms of the other changes related to community benefits charge, it still does need to be proclaimed in terms of Bill 197. And once that happens, we'll be in a better position to comment in terms of what our position would be in terms of moving forward with that.
Okay, so that's fine. I didn't realize that parts of it had been proclaimed and others not. So thank you for that clarification. I want to turn your attention to page 2-5. And I have the paragraph at the top of the page. It talks about nonprofit housing development, also known as affordable housing. First of all, I don't think those are synonyms. And I mean, I am all in favor, let me just clarify this. I am all in favor of not-for-profit housing, to have development charges waived or deferred or whatever the case may be, whatever makes the most sense. But I'm a bit concerned about partnerships. So let's say, and this is coming, I say this because of a conversation I had with a regional councillor about the affordable housing portfolio. And I understand that there are ways that things that are happening where developers are partnering with the regional housing sector. And the way it's working is that the region will apply for the CMHC as a not-for-profit, and then the developer steps in, and the developer in the end owns the building, and they do it all in the name of affordable housing, whereas what is meant as affordable isn't clearly defined. So from a developer perspective, affordable is more attainable, meaning 80% of market value. So I have concerns about what we're proposing here, given the uncertainty of how all of this is unfolding, and we still don't have a definition of what we mean by affordable. And so I guess in that context, some of my questions would be, could the developer claim to be building affordable housing to get these fees deferred through these partnerships? And how would that be monitored? What counts as affordable, as I already said? And what about a building that has a few affordable units, but they're not all affordable? Do those units just get deferred development charges, or does the whole building get it? So those are my concerns. And I know this went through committee very quickly. In fact, I felt that it wasn't really discussed at all. And I guess I'd like some clarification from staff on this whole thing. And maybe maybe this part in particular, we need to get more information on before we approve it.
So through the chair, in terms of what the definitions are that's included in the policy, it's right out of the regulations that were passed and put in place at the beginning of the year by the province. So it outlines specifically in terms of what those regulations and language that's used in legislation. In terms of private and partnerships and your question regarding that, it would really be up to planning and building to likely navigate some of those aspects of it and how it interprets those types of partnerships or development that comes through the planning process. But certainly in terms of language that's included in the policy, it's essentially right out of legislation. Really the only thing that's included in the policy that the city has any sort of leeway on is how much we charge in terms of an interest rate related to the deferred payments. even the time frame is spelled out within legislation in terms of that deferral time frame. So hopefully that clarifies it, but certainly planning or building would be the ones to determine what would be applied within the policy in terms of the deferrals.
So just because it's in legislation and it's, you know, passed down to us doesn't mean we have to accept everything that's passed down, right?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, we know in some other cities that there are some deeply affordable units in market rental buildings. And so sometimes there's partnerships with other agencies that provide those and acquire units through a partnership agreement. And so we would hate to limit opportunities for some of those deeply affordable units in market rent buildings, you know, but we'd also want to make sure we're applying the right lens and not giving handouts to developers to build attainable housing as well. So there's still work to do through the affordable housing strategy and making sure that we have clarity on what that definition is and how it's applied. But you know, I think we're generally in alignment with where we're looking to go on this.
But could we just take out this paragraph and work with wait and see what the Affordable Housing Committee comes up with as far as affordability and this, because I think, you know, we're kind of assuming that this is what we want to do, and I'm not quite sure that that's where we are yet.
So through the mayor, I do think that, you know, if we want to get other affordable housing options in a relatively quick time frame, you know, building standalone isn't always the model, and so, you know, we would limit the ability to deploy affordable housing through creative means, you know, if we're looking to constrain the policy right off the bat.
We don't know what affordable means, so I mean, it's anyway.
Well, I think in fairness, there is there's a whole continuum that deals with affordable housing, and you know, I think we have a role to play, as we've learned at the region collectively in terms of that whole continuum, because from an economic development point of view, we need to deal with people on the supportive housing end as much as we do for the person that, you know, needs to pay 80% market rent, because that's all they can afford. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I'll look for confirmation from Justin and Jonathan, but my understanding is that we have nonprofit housing providers that are looking to defer development charges. The only issue before council right now is what interest rate to charge on that deferral. We're recommending 0. If council does not support 0, then you should tell us what interest rate you would like us to apply to the deferral. I agree with you, Councillor Chapman, that we can look at refining policy through the affordable housing strategy. The key issue tonight is whether or not you wish to charge interest to the nonprofit housing developers as defined in the regulations. And our recommendation is that we believe it will help to fill a need for broadly defined affordable rental housing. And so for that reason, support an interest rate of 0%.
Well, I'm sorry, but I still have difficulty with this, because basically I see it that we are subsidizing the private sector. Because like I said, I have no problem if it's nonprofit housing. If they come to us and get these do affordable housing and they own the building, I am totally in favor of it. But the moment we start making that mix, then the only ones that are going to benefit are the owners of the building, who are going to be the developers, from what I understand is the model that's being driven right now. So there's the partnership with the not-for-profit, but in the end, the developer owns the building, and we've now waived their development charges. So
no, to be clear, we're not waiving their development charges, we're waiving their interest.
Okay, but why would we do that? Why would we do that to a private developer who's going to walk away with this building? And we've now waived their development charges only because they partnered with the nonprofit sector.
So
Mr. Mayor, all I would suggest is that that's a theoretical scenario that could exist. We also know that there are many viable projects that are operated by true nonprofit housing providers that would also be captured by this policy. And so it is a fair question for council to decide whether or not you want to extend it, recognizing that it could capture conceivably both scenarios. And your alternative is to not apply a 0% interest rate at this point in time, but we know that there are bona fide not-for-profit developments that are in the queue that are looking for this relief.
Okay, could we add it, maybe a clause, non-for-profit housing developments owned by the nonprofit sector, so that the ownership remains in the hands of the nonprofit sector? Would that sort of help to address my concern here?
I'll look to staff to answer that. I guess my, only comment would be that the whole national housing strategy is built upon the private sector being able to be a partner with government to actually build affordable housing. So, that's the reality in terms of, how the CMHC programs are created.
So through the chair, the other thing that I'll add is for the 20-year deferral, there is a requirement that the units have to continue to be affordable housing during that time frame related to the deferral period. So there are elements to ensure that happens and that it's not converted in terms of a different use. And then if that did happen, the deferral period would not be upheld. And so that is part of really the policy is addressing what interest rate that we would charge for not-for-profit housing. And the definition that I indicated was in the regulations, spells that out. Certainly the scenario that you've described is something that we would have to look at if those different partnerships came forward. But I believe that that's where planning and building would put that lens in terms of the overall project and whether it meets the criteria based on the definition.
So if we prove this right now, you're telling me that I can bring this back at a later date and say, okay, here's an example of that private partnership where the private developer is going to walk away with a building with no additional development charges or deferred for 20 years or whatever. And you're telling me that we can then readdress this, or we pass this now and it's done as far as I can see.
Okay, Councillor Chapman, first of all, let's be clear on what we're dealing with today, because you keep talking about the waiving of deferral of development charges, and that's not what the motion's talking about. It's talking about waiving of interest with respect to the deferral.
I get it.
And secondly, there's nothing, I would argue, in my reading of this motion, if it were passed today, that in the future we wanted to define affordable housing in a more limited way. There's nothing either, on this, even during this term of council, to actually put a more specific definition to it.
Okay, I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, it may be in the report, I may have missed it, but why did staff, why did you pick 2% and not 3% and not 1%? How did you arrive at that?
So through the chair for the 5-year deferral periods, the prime plus 2% is typically something that we would use if we're looking at sort of standard loans that we would issue. Related to loan agreements and those type of things. And so that was a percentage that was agreed to across the board with other regional partners in the region, other cities. We did do a scan in terms of what other cities are planning to do across Ontario. And certainly there was a different approach in terms of either a higher percentage in some cases. But what we do recognize is that this legislation that was put in place was to incent certain types of development. And so really the 2% is really covering some of the administration costs associated with it, as well as trying to mitigate some of the cash flow that we'll see in terms of tied up over that time frame. And that was a consideration that was put into the 2% figure.
So once we set a figure, you can't change it until the bylaw comes up again, is that correct?
So through the chair, prime would adjust, and obviously it's 2% over prime. So wherever prime would go, that percentage would be over and above. Certainly it's a policy, so council could always come back and change the policy. As we review policies over time, we would ensure that that percentage still meets the objectives of why the policy is being put forward. But as I said, it is sort of the standard percentage that we would use for other loan agreements. And that's why we've decided that it's a good approach in terms of the 5-year deferral period.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing about, so we could, and I appreciate it's the 2%. I appreciate that the prime rate will change. So, but we could change the 2% at any time if we wanted.
It is a policy, and so council has the authority to change the percentage in the policy. That is the ability of council if you decided to.
Okay, now the other question I wanted to, and I think you've alluded to it. I'm just curious as to what, by doing this, what does it really cost us? And are we more than covering whatever that might be?
So through the chair, certainly cash flow is one consideration. So, deferral of DCs, whether it's the 5-year timeframe or the 20-year timeframe. And then in terms of the other costs, is really just the administration for tracking that as well. I think we have a mechanism in place that will be able to do that, but there's certainly some staff time to ensure that agreements are being adhered to, as an example, and that over that extended timeframe that we are tracking it according to the legislation.
Okay, so we're recouping for that. What if our fund is solid? The only thing that we are losing is what we would be getting on short-term interest income on the fund, right?
That would be the lost interest based on the cash flow and deferral. Yes.
Yeah. So what you're setting up will more than cover that.
It takes that into consideration. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman. You're muted, Councillor Chapman.
Sorry about that. I'd just like to propose that, I'm looking now at the report page, and I'd like to suggest that we eliminate the last sentence, that no interest be charged for development charge deferrals related to nonprofit housing development. So is that an amendment or?
That's an amendment.
Okay, I'm happy to go with the other two statements, but I would like to ask that one be removed until we have further information and further discussion.
Mr. Chapman?
We can take that direction. My understanding is that will stall projects that are in the queue. As I understand it, we have had interest expressed by nonprofit housing developers to move forward. And so they will not be able to take advantage of the deferral that's afforded to them under legislation.
If it passes. So first of all, is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Gazzola, you've seconded. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I think we are so blessed with terrific, quick-witted staff who can get to the bottom of the issue. So when Mr. Lautenbach and Mr. Chapman responded to Councillor Chapman's questions, it was clear to me anyway that passing this motion is not going to put in place this policy that would then give free rein to private developers. So I think that it would be a shame for us to turn this down and not allow those nonprofit projects that are in the queue to go ahead because of potential scenarios. Now, I do agree with Councillor Chapman's idea that we should really be careful and we should be more stringent than perhaps others have been in the past. We should make sure that affordable housing is affordable housing, but this is not the right place to do that. And so that is why, unfortunately, I cannot support the amendment.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I need to be clear on that aspect too. Like realistically, I understand it goes both ways. When you try and put incentives in place, we always get afraid that someone is going to take advantage of it that isn't supposed to take advantage of it. But we're talking about right now, if this amendment passes, affordable housing projects in the queue are going to get delayed, and that's against everything this council stands for. So I really hope this amendment the amendment fails.
Okay, any other comments? So I'll deal with the amendment first. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion does not carry. The report as presented, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Planning and strategic initiatives, Councillor Marsh.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the items 1 and 2 of the the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee be approved.
Thank you. There doesn't appear to be any hands up, so those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Moving on then to unfinished business. New business, Councillor Marsh.
Oh, I'm still unmuted. That's handy. Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. I'm very pleased to bring forward this notice of motion regarding the concept of safe supply. It's my understanding that there has been quite a lot of positive movement forward in the last couple of years. Health Canada and several provinces have been piloting various initiatives, and I would like for our council to send a signal, a clear signal to the upper levels of government that we would like to see more tools in our toolbox when we are responding to the complex issues surrounding opioid addiction. So I don't need to necessarily read out the whole, all the whereases, but I will read the main part of the motion. So be it resolved that the City of Kitchener calls on the provincial and federal ministers of health and relevant regulatory colleges to support and fund the provision of safe supply initiatives in our community. And be it further resolved that the City of Kitchener shares this resolution with our local health authorities and healthcare providers to encourage implementation of safe supply initiatives during this unprecedented time as an important component in their efforts to provide a health response to the overdose poisoning crisis. And I'd like this to be shared widely with several named organizations. And as far as I understand it, Councillor Davey is going to second it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Councillor Davey. Any comments? If not, I'll just very briefly just say thank you to Councillor Marsh for bringing this forward. This lines up with, as you've noted in the motion, something that was approved actually here last year during the FCM board meeting. It lines up with the work that Chief Larkin's doing now in his capacity as president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, who actually called for this at the Senate committee, and lines up with the work of our Waterloo Region Integrated Drug Strategy in terms of moving this forward. And in fact, it was during the pandemic that in numerous cities across Canada, this has become a real priority, because the illicit supply has been more problematic than ever in terms of dealing with the challenges. So with that, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, moving on. Hold on. Yikes, I lost. There it is. Well, no, not. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me 1 second. There we go. Questions and answers. None? Nope. Okay. So been moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock and seconded by Councillor Schneider that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda. And there are 2 additional bylaws, I believe, 2 late starter ones. One pertaining to 1333 Weber Street East, and one pertaining to Gravel Ridge Trail. Correct, Mr. or Madam Clerk?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, and that same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to committee of the whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider that council resolve itself into committee of the whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Schneider, do you want to take over for chairing that piece?
Okay, so bylaws listed on the agenda for second reading. Any question? Moved by Councillor Galloway Seelock. Any questions?
With the additional ones, Councillor Schneider.
With the additional, yes. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We dealt with the use of affordable housing. Okay. And the dangerous dog designation has been dealt with. The memorandum of settlement with QP 791. Any questions on that? Councillor Singh, question? Or are you moving it? Okay. Okay. Questions? All those in favor?
Oh, Councillor Gazzola has a question.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, can someone indicate what the agreement is for the public?
Through you, Mayor Verbanovic, I can do that. It's Victoria Robb, General Manager of Corporate Services. So the agreement is that council approve the terms and conditions contained in the memorandum of settlement dated August 14th, which is that a wage adjustment negotiated with QP 791 of 1.6% be applied for a 1-year term to non-union management positions, QP 791 non-union management positions consistent with the city's approach to joint job evaluation, and that the wage settlements for 2020 be applied to the 9,000 series positions, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the documentation arising from there.
Can I make a comment then?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like a recorded vote, and I'm not prepared to support the recommendation before us. I know earlier tonight we talked about all the problems with snow removal and COVID-19. Well, in my decision on that, COVID-19 really applied no part because the snow removal costs would not increase until 2022. But this is something that is higher than what the rate of inflation is right now. I was more hopeful of seeing pay freezes in place for the next couple of years. I know it's a difficult stance to take with collective agreements, but this is one that we are approving that we could hold. I think in time we have to hold all of them. So I won't be supporting what's before us.
I see Councillor Davey is in the queue.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, so Ms. Robb referenced the wage increases. Is there any increases to benefits in that figure?
Through you, Mayor Verbanovic, to Councillor Davey, no, there are no benefit enhancements in this 1-year contract with QP 791. Both parties recognize that bargaining during a pandemic is a very difficult thing to do. And so there's an agreement there'd be no benefit enhancements for this term.
Okay, thank you. And in negotiations, typically benefits do go up as well. So in absolute terms, does staff know what the absolute term percentage increase is?
The absolute term would be 1.5%, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that at the time of this decision, the actual inflationary increase for the 18 months prior was 1.5%.
Thank you. So any more questions, comments? So a recorded vote has been called. So I'm just going to go randomly on the screen. Councillor Galloway Seelock.
In favor?
Councillor Chapman. Sorry. You're muted, sorry.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor?
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Davey.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed?
Councillor Singh.
In favor?
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Mayor Verbanovic.
In favor.
And I'm in favor, so that carries. And then we just have the information piece on the business plan progress report.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, and we have a late starter, I believe, right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We do have a late starter flowing out from caucus. That 2 full-time equivalent positions, FTEs, be approved to increase internal capacity to provide underground utility locates in the Kitchener Utilities Gas and Water Division by reallocating existing funding for contracted locate services.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? And that carries.
Move that the committee rise and report. So you go all in favor?
All in favor? Opposed? And that carries.
And it's been moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Johnson, that the proceedings in the recorded pecuniary interest and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date is attached here to informing part of these minutes be and the same are hereby adopted and confirmed. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Michaud, that the bylaws listed on the agenda with the additions for a third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor, who had the most recent birthday, Councillor Singh, that that we now adjourn. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we're done with 10 minutes to spare. Good work, everybody.